Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Department of Computer Engineering, WESIT, I extend a warm welcome to all of you today for today's skill enhancement lecture and hands-on workshop on FinServ AI Agent Bootcamp Innovation in Action. Before we begin, I'd like to express our gratitude to our esteemed department heads and our coordinators for making this session possible. I'd like to thank Dr. Nupur Giri ma'am, Dr. Gresha Bhatia ma'am, Dr. Prashant Kanade sir, and our coordinators, Mrs. Indu Dokare ma'am, Mrs. Nusrat Ansari ma'am, Mrs. Yukchaya Galpat ma'am, and Mr. Richard Joseph sir. A special thanks to UPTIQ AI sessions to us. Now let me introduce our speakers from UPTIQ AI for today. We have it in. Over to you, sir.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you for having us. So this is Mandar. Like you, I'm a computer science engineer, graduated in 2004, so 21 years ago. I graduated from UPTIQ in Mumbai, and currently I'm also a visiting faculty at IIT Bombay, School of Management. So nothing to do with computers. I teach digital marketing. And at UPTIQ, so I'll hand over very quickly, just talk quickly about UPTIQ and how we started. So UPTIQ actually started as Scion Digital, and it was a loan platform on crypto, right? So we started in crypto in the US. This was, I think, 3.5 years ago. And then we pivoted to a loan platform or a loan marketplace for registered investment advisors. And that still is available under UPTIQ Premier Mortgage. And then this version of UPTIQ, which you see, we started building on a year ago. So currently we are, I would say, the first platform or the first AI platform specifically created for financial services to help wealth management companies, banking institutions, and any other financial institutions for that sense to bring AI capabilities to their organization, right? So two things we do is, one is we help them build agents and apps, which are turnkey solutions for them. And second is we have created a workbench for developers like all of you here. So today we are going to talk more about the developer workbench, and I head the marketing for that developer workbench. So as of now, we have, I think, 2,200 plus students who have signed up on the workbench, and we want to provide a great experience. So would welcome feedback after you actually use the platform, and give us the feedback that will help us improve and develop the platform much better. So without much, I would say, ado, I'll hand it over to Vikas and Akash, who will take over the session from here. Yeah, thanks.
Hello, good morning. So I am Akash Kulkarni, and I have graduated from Pune Institute of Computer Technology in 2023. And I have been associated with UPTIQ for the past 2 years. And I am a software developer here, wherein I'm building the core platforms. As he mentioned previously, we had the loan placement platform, and now we are transitioning into our AI workbench. So I've had the pleasure of working on both these systems from scratch during these time period. So let's go through our agenda first that we are going to study and have a look at. So first of all, we'll be having some of the introduction to AI and its applications that you all might know, because we had a discussion with your HOD ma'am, and she had been mentioning that you guys have your curriculum aligned with AI, ML, and all those things that we actually, towards the end of our, maybe in our graduation times, we had at the end of it. So you guys are that way is lucky that you're going to study this early on your career, because this is the way forward, so as we all know. So then we'll be having a small analogy of what is ML, what is deep learning, and finally transitioning towards the agentic AI, which is our main topic for today. Then we'll be learning about the AI transformation in finance sector, because that's where our company comes in, and the use cases are very much specific to our company and its platform. And we'll be studying in detail and in depth about our agentic AI and the multi-agent systems. And finally, we'll be having this most important slide, wherein we're having what the students or what the engineers of now that you guys will be needing to develop the core skills that are required to sustain in the current market, wherein every day a new LLM model is coming up and eating up some part of your job. So we'll study, or we'll actually try to predict some scenarios where you can pitch in and build your skill set to support the current market trends. And we'll be also having a hands-on demo. That's the reason we had asked you to sign up on our portal, that is console.uptiq.ai, where we'll be building one of the agent. And I'll not keep it secret, but just to have some of the enthusiasm, how many of you people are into the tradings or have a fair understanding of stock markets or something like that? You can raise your hands maybe. Yeah, so do you find finding the stocks and its analysis a bit difficult because there is a huge amount of data that is available and it becomes tedious task to search each and every website and scraping through the data and finding, analyzing the situation, the company various financial parameters, and we'll be developing a comprehensive summary of the entire stock and its analysis. And this will be built by you guys itself. So that would be one that you should have a look on. And of course, we are open to take any of the questions that we have. Apart from this agenda, do you feel that you want something extra that we should be adding up? So you can just shoot up your questions in between our session as well. Okay then, let's start with some of the theory part. Again, my friend has told me to give up the theory part and he'll be explaining the practical purpose. But that's fine by me because anyways, he's my senior and I have to listen to him. So here we go. So which are the AI tools that you are right now using in your day-to-day activities? Can anyone just shoot up your answers? No, again, I won't be able to hear any of like this, but just raise your hand and stand up and just, maybe you can. I guess those people have eaten, right? So they might shout up directly itself. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, what did you use Lovable for? Hackathons. So directly copy pasting. Okay. What was the project? Can you just explain in a minute or so? Please speak in the mic, right?
Assistance for elderly. Medication assistance for elder people.
Okay.
Like reminding them about the medicines they have to take.
Okay, okay. But Lovable is fine. I mean, Lovable is one wherein your task of developing the portal became easy, right? So I'm trying to get what were the core capabilities of AI that you use in your product. Was there somebody, was there a particular instance where you used it? I mean,
didn't get your question.
Okay, so what does Lovable do? Lovable just help you to reduce your efforts of development of the portal, right? So what I'm trying to analyze is the core capabilities of the LLMs or the AI is to projects that you have built right now. No projects. Your ma'am was telling us that we have a lot of things that are going on and a lot of foundational base that is being done into the AI space. So I thought that there were a lot of projects that will be coming up. In fact, my friend was referring that like usually we give a lot of sessions, right? So we purposefully had to change our deck so that you guys will, we will skip the basic part and get into directly into the agentic AI stuff that we were trying to approach. There were no projects? Yeah, go on. Okay. Right.
Also, some of the sensors, like I worked on BMP280, and to learn about it, I had to look at the reference manual and understand that. And I'm from a computer science background, I'm not from the XTC background.
Right.
Understanding that becomes very difficult because I need to know a lot of base knowledge.
Yeah,
And
right.
that is
True.
what I use ChatGPT for.
Okay. To
understand
learning the purpose. For learning
learn
purposes.
about it.
Yeah. Great example.
I guess ChatGPT used by everyone. I guess all of you are using ChatGPT right now or not using anything.
So he, no, you'll try to explain a little bit further. You have exams, right? And you have ChatGPT, right? There's no correlation in between them, okay? I'm not suggesting any of this and nothing should be used. Okay. Okay, so first of all, we'll again jump back into the beautiful slides that we have prepared. So AI, that is the AI basically is the systems that are mimicking the human intelligence. So what they are capable of, when I try to say that, what does AI actually mean? Learning the stuff, developing the stuff, that's fine. But at the core of it, it's always about learning, reasoning, and its perception. So by learning, what does it mean? That any of the new things that you're providing to your AI, it always tries to improve itself with that particular input, reason that specifically, and present you a output in the required formats. So we have the various sectors wherein this AI is now booming up, which is the engineering, the healthcare, the transportation, and the business. So healthcare has been actually tremendously working a lot because it has a huge data set coming up from our data science fields. And there are a lot of progress that is made in healthcare, specifically in detecting the cancer detection cells. So what I'm trying to tell is the evergreen topic of healthcare studies is always detecting and curation of cancer cells. And it is sort of a evergreen project for every not engineering student, but most of the students who are into the healthcare and as well as the technical domains. So AI has been helpful a lot in the way of processing the entire data sets that are present and finally catering to a particular output results for it. Yes. So we'll first understand the evolution of AI that we have been coming up into. Yes. So first of all, we had this rule-based AI, which is like writing. Excuse me. Can we just have a minute of silence, please, so that we can hear properly? So yes, we had this rule-based AI, which was nothing but identification of a even or an odd number. How would we do that? It was just writing a if-else cases. Cases. So that was just a normal rule-based AI logic, which was just a plain simple JavaScript or any of your favorite languages, just writing those down. Then came in the machine learning models, which included the supervised learning, the unsupervised learning, the reinforcement learning, and individually we have various algorithms in it. Have you ever heard of these terms like supervised learning, unsupervised learning? Have you heard of them, or you want me to explain it a little bit as well? Do you have it in your curriculum? So I'll have to explain it then.
No,
So it is in the curriculum, but I'll have to explain it then.
can someone tell what is supervised learning?
Okay. Okay. Yo, who said that?
Who is speaking?
Yeah. Just stand up and speak, man. You can just say those words itself, but just explain a little bit.
Data set is labeled in that.
Okay, it's fine.
Data set is labeled in supervised learning.
Okay.
In unsupervised learning, AI model thinks on its own.
Okay. And the reinforcement?
It means iteration. Means you have learned something, then you are again backtracking
Perfect.
it and doing it.
Perfect. So supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. So it specifically is that in supervised you have the labeled data. That is, you give the input, you give the output, and ask the model to train itself so that you get the specified ways. And the various algorithms for that are the linear regression. For example, the y equals to mx plus c. This line, what it tells you is plotting of those particular points and matching the inputs and the output variables together. Then is the logistic regression, which just says a 0 or 1. That is a binary logic. Then finally is your classification mechanisms. So we have various algorithms there as well. That is the support vector machines, the decision trees, the particular decision tree that we follow. And in the unsupervised, as my friend mentioned, it's always about you give the input, the models think on its own and deduce an output. So this is famously the clustering, that is the k-means clustering, where you have the k-mean centered centers, the plotting of the points nearby it, and finding the groupings or, for example, matching those algorithms. So matchmaker algorithms use this itself. So while finding the specific bride, or I mean those kind of people. And finally, the reinforcement learning, wherein you have the input, you have the output, you have another feedback loop that comes in from the user, wherein the person, when the user tells in whether this answer is correct or not, and the model then trains using the carrot and stick approach. So carrot and stick approach, does anyone know what is carrot and stick approach? And it's an idiom, I mean an English idiom, not the technical jargon, but still. No one knows carrot and stick? Carrot and stick. So it's like basically when a user or when a person is standing in front, if you want to have a positive outcome from, if he does a positive outcome, giving him a carrot. If a negative outcome, then giving him a stick. As simple as that it is. So we provide these. Huh? Yes, reward and punishment for that matter. So this is the thing that goes into loop in our reinforcement learning. We have various algorithms in this. Again, this is all the theoretical part, which, and also the past, which is not directly used into our agentic approaches or the LLM based approaches that we'll be looking forward now. Yeah. Yes. And now most of our approaches have now moved to the prompt engineering. So have you guys have you guys used the prompts, or I mean, have you guys used any LLMs specifically first? She mentioned she used ChatGPT, but does anyone have any idea about what does a prompt mean and what are the components of a prompt? Does anybody have an idea? Because that's the base core component of our agentic AI. So has anyone explored prompts previously, or does anyone know what are prompts? Prompts. Okay. When you open up a ChatGPT, you are trying to say something? Yeah. Yeah, you can go ahead. Yes.
Basically, prompt is like a normal text that we write, and then it gets converted into tokens, and then the vector embeddings, and then these vector embeddings they go through the transformer layers,
Okay.
and the attention mechanism is performed, and at the end an MLP layer, or a neural networks layer is done, and then at the end softmax is used to bring
Great,
the
awesome. So
decode.
you just covered our entire slides maybe, but yeah, but yes. The prompt is something, have you guys used ChatGPT, and what is the thing that you go into ChatGPT and do? I mean, what is the thing that you do? So you write some query, right? You ask something for it. So that nothing but it comprises of your prompt. So now a particular prompt has 3 to 4 components in it. So one being the role. So for example, every prompt needs to understand what its particular role is. So role is, as in, for example, we are into the financial space. So whatever the prompts that we write, we always ask the LLMs to behave in such a fashion that you yourself are a financial expert. Or next time, if you are into maybe a healthcare sector, then you will be a healthcare expert. Then, for example, stock market. So you will be a stock market guiding expert. So this is a role that you have to give to a particular prompt so that it analyzes that particular situation well to the particular for your query. The second one being the context. What is the context that is needed for a particular prompt? So you have to describe the scenario that you are trying to build in. So in case of a stock market example, so it's like when you want to have a particular prompt, for example, give me an analysis of a Tesla stock. So writing this query, this prompt suffices for the LLMs, but adding some additional layer of context, saying that the role is of a financial expert and the context is of the US stock market. So in this case, the LLMs will be able to analyze that the stocks that are being referred to are in the context of US stock markets. And finally are the outputs. So specifically, it's not a hard and fast rule that you should have an output for that matter, but having the use cases of agentic AI, you'll be necessitated to have a particular output in the form of a JSON or a particular charts or a particular theme. So I'll call upon my friend and my senior Vikas to explain the exciting stuff that is agentic AI itself.
Okay, so you have seen the traditional AI parts, that is ML, DL, and now we are moving into prompt engineering and agentic AI. So what is actually agentic AI? So in agentic AI, so I will first move to traditional AI again. So in traditional AI, what we used to do, like we used to have like lot of human intervention while asking for output from the ML models or something like that. So we used to have lot of data. We used to have train those ML models, and like human intervention is needed. Like provide these things, provide these things. Now agentic AI, what agentic AI does is like we need to minimize the human intervention in that. So basically, uh, now AI agents will be able to adapt to the environment they are working on. Let's say in stock markets, or I will take up more simple example. Let's say now I'm like I got an email that I have to take up a session in Visit here. So I got an email. Okay, so I can configure an AI agent that will read my emails from my Gmail account or inbox. Okay, so my agent will now analyze my emails or read my emails again and again, and he will like get an idea that I have one session scheduled in here in college. So I am from Pune and college is in Bombay. So whatever in between I require, I have to like book a cab for coming here. Then what else I have need. So now agent will analyze my that email. Agent will give me a reminder that I have to attend this event. Okay, and after that reminder or analyzing that email, agent will also integrate with like any cab service, online cab service, to book a cab for that as well. So these all things earlier ML models or earlier AI, traditional AI, like were not able to perform this kind of tasks. So that's what agentic AI is. So in agentic AI, we have autonomous decision making, we have goal-oriented action. So goal here is by analyzing emails, what next steps I have to perform. Those are the goals, like book a cab, actually like if I have to stay, then book a hotel or something like that. Again, context is important over here. Like what is the context the agentic, like my agent is working in. Context is context is very simple. Just read the emails, nothing else. Like agent should not do anything else outside of this email content or like outside anything. Again, real-time adoption. Now I am getting another email from another, like let's say I am getting another email. uh, Now I will give one more example about this. Now our financial advisors having their clients data into an CRM. Have you know CRM softwares like Salesforce and all those things? Okay, so they have client details, they have their portfolio details. Their advisors have lots of clients, like hundreds of clients. All clients have like very high portfolio in $1 million and all those things. So they have to analyze their portfolio. Advisors have to get like proper reminders, like their clients portfolio is going down, investment value is decreasing, something like that. So my agent, now I can create an AI agent for that. Actually we have that AI agent known as client engagement AI agent right now deployed for our financial advisors in UPTIQ related space only. But what that agent will do, it will integrate with CRM. It will authorize, it will ask for authorization from advisors, like authorize me to do these actions in your CRM. So like basically, now my agent will perform, analyze the portfolio data of their clients. So I will show you that example as well whenever we are going hands-on demo with this. But now what my agent will do, my agent will analyze whatever the portfolio data there is. If there is any significant drop in portfolio or significant rise in like some investments, let's say my the advisor's client is invested in Apple. Okay, and Apple share is dropping day by day. So now my advisor will know that we should tell this client, or we should tell this client to sell out this Apple stock or something like that. Now what other things we need? Okay, so in CRM we have tasks as well. So basic tasks to perform for the financial advisor. Now my agent will analyze the CRM data and create the tasks. Again, if that task includes something like that, let's say, okay, my advisor is meeting a client on Zoom meeting or Google meeting. So from that meeting data as well, my agent will be capable of scheduling the meetings directly without any human intervention. So my agent will again schedule the meetings. Then if meeting is like once meeting is done, summarize the meeting. Again from that meeting summary, if I want to send any emails to my client, so all those things agent can do. That's agentic AI basically. Any questions in agentic AI and traditional AI? What's like any doubts you have? No. Okay. So basically, this agentic AI comprises of all those points. That is perception, planning, decision making, and action. Okay. So wherever my agent is deployed, in this case, let's say client engagement agent, as I talked about, it is deployed into particular CRM. Okay. So now my agent perception means agent will observe and process the environment, input from the environment automatically. We don't have to do that. We have to just build the agent, configure those integrations with that agent, and it's done. We don't need any human intervention in that as well. Okay, so perception is basically my agent will analyze CRM data and process the inputs. Planning, now my agent after let's say after analyzing the CRM data, my agent thinks that let's say now I have to add one like lot of tasks for this advisor, whether I have to schedule the meet with the client for the advisor, whatever on whatever provider. If my advisor user uses Zoom meeting client, then schedule a Zoom meeting or something like that. After that, decision making. Okay, so decision making in some cases agent will ask advisors like do I have to schedule the meeting or something like that. And again, it can take decisions on its own as well without human intervention as well. And finally, an action, like it is the final part, like actually scheduling the meeting, something like that. These all parts are not like not used to have in earlier days of AI, that is ML, normal ML DL. Okay, so this is just a example.
Just before we dive into the next stuff, that is agentic AI in finance, I'll try to give a clear analogy that we have and the use case that we as a company have solved. So we are, as Mandar explained, like we have our first product, which is the loan placement and loan origination system. I'll give a small brief. In that, what we do is a client or a advisor. So for example, in US, there are a lot of RIAs, which is registered independent advisors, and a lot of institutions in this case. So who have HNIs? You know HNIs, right? So सबने बिग बुल देखा है, so HNIs तो पता होगा. बिग बुल नहीं देखा? स्कैम देखा होगा. हाँ, तो स्कैम में हर्षद मेहता क्या था? HNI, which is high net worth individuals. So in US there are a lot of HNIs. Those people don't go to a particular bank saying that मेरा ये credit line है, मेरा ये stocks है, मेरा ये है, मुझे loan दो. They don't do anything. So it is these people, that is RIAs and these institutions that come in, that the HNIs go to, and those hunt for those specific loans. So what our version 1 of our product was, we had a comprehensive platform wherein we had a various set of questions, then the document collection system, then the curation system, and a lot of stuff. So just to give an analogy, we had almost 15 plus engineers, and 2 leads and 1 manager completely working on this product for almost an year and a half to make that product a mature product. So this was our version 1 of our product. But when this agentic AI approach came in, it was just a month wherein we transitioned entire the efforts that we had done from that 1.5 year just to 1 month. So that is the scale at which the agentic AI is helping. So when somebody says that AI is going to boom a lot, AI will replace your jobs, AI will do this, AI will do that, the main core problem or the main core solution that we are trying to build as engineers is what and how does it help into solving the particular problem. So like we were discussing yesterday, AI will come on, the LLMs will come on. Finally, to solve a problem, you will need those enablers. That is, how to enable the AI to solve your existing problem, like the one we had. Like the entire efforts that we had of almost 1.5 years was transformed into just a normal agentic AI into the loan placement, and that agentic AI, I am proud to say that it's into production as well. So it's deployed to almost 800 plus advisors across US. So that is working and working definitely fine. So this is the transformation power that we have and the enabling capability that we got using the agentic AI approach. The enabling thing that I'm mentioning a lot is specifically because we ourselves our platform is one such enabler, wherein you can just bring in your things, your ideas, and can build into a definite products.
Yeah, so basically, as he said, like we built that product around 1.5 year. We have written over, I guess, over 60,000 to 1 lakh lines of code. And once this agentic AI came, we have like a deploy. I will just search that agent. I will show you.
First agent itself.
Yeah, it's first agent cell. So now that entire platform we have built like around 1.5 year is this simple small agent right now. So all those lines of code are gone now. Like it's just like very innovation to greater extent. I guess. Yeah, and it is also efficient and all those things, and it's live in production. And we will show you how to build this agent today on the our workbench, because this agent is also like product of our workbench only.
So whatever we do, like we have two parts in our company as well. So one is this building of our AI workbench, which is, as I mentioned, the enabler for solving your problems. And the second one is our breakout agents. So one of the agents that he mentioned is the loan placement agent, that we have the complete replacement of.
Financial advisor space, basically client engagement agent, business client agent, loan placement, covenant tracking, all those things. I guess like very minimum people of you know agent, like how it's built and all those things. Okay, that where is that another PPT? Go to that PPT.
Yeah, single agent and multi agents.
Okay, this diagram is directly from our platform. So basically, you can have agentic app or agentic AI into like two different parts. You can have simple agent like doing only one type of task. So single agent system that we call as single agent system. Now, as you can see, this is our stock market advisor agent, which is doing only one task right now. So basically, okay. No. Okay, so directly zoom kar. Directly zoom kar. नहीं, it's okay, directly zoom. Same as it.
Okay, we'll directly show you the example here itself.
Ah,
Is it visible?
drag karo. Drag kar do. Okay, so basically this is our stock analysis agent. Currently, we are keeping it very simple because we have to like you also have to build it along with us right now after this theoretical part. Okay, so right now we have single agent system over here. So our agent stock market analysis contains only one sub agent right now. I will show you another agent as well, which contains lot of sub agents and which contains lot of intents. So how we are structuring our AI agents, I will give you a high overview of that. So basically we have an agent, then agent we divide it into sub agents. Okay, so sub agents basically, if you have done any projects as well, you have one app, then you have different modules into that. Let's say you are building any blog posting kind of application, you have different modules into that. Let's say post, then users, then authentication. These are different modules. Again, in each module you have different features. Let's say in post you have uploading the post, then you have reading post feature, then you have commenting on the post, something like that. So this is the same analogy over here. You have this app. Basically agent is an app right now. Sub-agent is module inside the app. Then you have intent which is a particular task or particular feature in that sub-agent. Okay, so right now we have stock market advisor as a sub-agent, then we have real-time stock analysis as an intent. You can have multiple intents, we will show you that as well. Now Are
Okay, I'll show that the multi-agent system. So I'll just explain the multi-agent system. Yeah. So where do we have it? Yeah. नहीं, बेचूंगा नहीं पड़ेगा कुछ। I can explain the mortgage loan process. So yes, when he tries to explain the single agent system or the multi-agent system. So by multi-agent system, what we do is here, for example, every sub-agent has its specific task. So first one, what we'll do is, yes. So first one is the DTI income calculation. So this particular agent was specifically a mortgage loan processor. Once a loan is placed, we have to take it until, till its completion, which requires a lot of steps in between, which is the document collection, the calculation of the income for that particular client, a sequence of steps which are business cases, business steps that need to be followed. And that right now is a very tedious process. So that we have tried to solve using this agent, wherein what this agent particularly does is, it has this LOS integration. So there are multiple brokers from which you fetch the information, then calculate the income, collect the documents, and finally submit that particular income, that is push income to the LOS. So finally having all the things ready, once your agent processing is done, you'll have to submit your results into that LOS system. So this is an example of multi-agent system, and the one that was shown previously is a single agent system. So yes, we'll explain the this thing in the next. Yeah. So basically engineering in AI, or the career path in AI, would be of two parts basically. The one wherein you are particularly into the research part. So the reason I had explained this at the start, the examples of unsupervised learning, supervised learning, reinforcement learning, various algorithms in between. So those things are not directly used into the ML or the LLMs that we use right now. We are not able to have a look on those aspects. But if you deep dive into the particular analysis of how does this LLMs actually work, then you will identify that there is a huge scope of research, and that is a whole new career path that one can explore. And the second one is the AI ML engineers like we are right now, who are building the particular agents, agent platforms, the enabler platforms, and finally moving into the further roles. So the skill sets again would be building your portfolio projects or based on our enabling platforms, and also joining some of the open communities. Like everyone must have contested on Kaggle, right? So you must have your training sets and fine-tuned your models in your Kaggles and everything. So, and ma'am had also explained that you had some dev folio events also organized, right? So I guess in that sense you are pretty at a good level, so that you have a vast exposure of these things. And you have anything to add up, or we can, yeah. So right now maybe we'll first give you a explanation of our platform. So for that we will require you to open up your laptops, because that would be the one we will be showing you. And so before starting that, do you have any questions right now regarding the theoretical part that we explained, or like you are just like we want to just start building an agent right now?
you are all signed up on console.optic, right?
So you have any questions right now, or how is it? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Oh. Yeah. So when we say we are the enablers of a particular platform, or where we are building the workbench, so we are providing with a plethora of LLM models that you have, be it Claude. Within Claude also we have 3.7, 3.5 various models. We have ChatGPT, we have Azure-backed ChatGPT, then we have DeepSeek. So we have a plethora of LLMs that we have integrated in our platforms. So it is now upon the developers, because as we all know, Claude is famous for developing codes. It has much higher efficiency in generating the codes rather than ChatGPT. ChatGPT is into a reasoning, specifically of reasoning documents. So we have integrated all those LLMs into our platform. So we'll explain you how we are going to use that particular thing onto our platform. But yes, to answer your question, we have a lot of LLMs present.
So the reason I asked this is because you mentioned you have finance clients in the US.
Yes.
And I had attended a session where they said that financial institutions were very hesitant to integrate AI models because for them security is the most important.
Perfect. Yes.
So how do you tackle that?
So there are two things to it. So why are the AI banks or those financial institutions hesitant? Because they do not want their data to be circulated into the public. There are two methods to solve that. One is fine-tuning your model and restricting your model into your premises itself. So there is something called as the on-premises and also a private cloud hosting platform. So what we have done is we have both the approaches with us. So we have fine-tuning the models to specifically solve our use case and keep the data limited to within our circulated space as well. So those part, I mean, for the institutions, if you have the on-premises deployment of that particular model, then they're happy to do it. Because at the end of the day, they also want to solve the problem, right? So when she explained, like, for example, I'll give you an example of a mortgage loan processor because that's the one that I'm currently working on. So the mortgage loan processor and its terms and conditions keep on updating every 3 months is what I am guessing by the product team that told me. So it's like every 3 months, there are conditions to provide a loan change. So for example, today it might be a credit score, or this is very normal and nominal example. So today it might be a credit score of 780 and tomorrow it might go to 785. So this change, this is something that the mortgage brokers have to sit and identify from their documents. So this actually is a, what can I say, repetitive problem that needs to be solved. So when it comes to repetitiveness, then AI agent comes into picture, wherein you just provide the documents to the agent. You have the agent confined to only answer those particular questions, and if it's beyond the boundary of that particular questions, then you ask the LLM agent that I don't have the particular question to that, which maintains low level of hallucinations. So hallucination is something like deviating from the existing route. So so this is the having a limitation or a boundary specifically so that it can answer. So as I explained, right, the mortgage loan processor, in the mortgage loan processor, the conditions change every 3 months. So using our agent, it's now just a matter of just updating the documents itself. So whichever timeline you come in, the recent data is always available for you. So that is the solution that we have.
Just to add on to Akash's answer. So for this session, we are focusing on console for developers only, but all this workbench you are saying, we are selling this to enterprises as well. So banks and all those things, we have, like, banks have those issues with security and compliance issues, regulatory issues. So they can deploy this whole workbench by white labeling it onto their premises. So they don't have those problems related to data security and all those things.
Thank you.
Any other questions do we have before starting into our platform about the theory of AI? या बोर हो गए सब? बोल दो यार, सब लोग कैसे आए अब हमें भी पता है. Yeah.
You mentioned that about the loan agent, that when you upload the documents or when you upload the updated documents, so is the uploading the document and the document processing a manual part, or is your agent AI doing that?
There are two steps to it, two-step answer to it. So one is the agent-facing approaches or the agent-facing user interfaces. So for example, the agents.uptiq.ai or whatever the agents that we displayed to you right now, those were user-centric ones. So we want the user to have the interaction to come into the platform and work forward. But the example that he gave of the client engagement, that was an autonomous AI agent, wherein it directly read your information, directly assigned your task from your CRM, then move forward. So there are two things. When you're saying the documents need to be directly uploaded, there are settings for it. For example, this is my folder, this is my loan number specifically. Fetch the documents from here, upload it here. This is done. Or the user can come in and also upload the documents as well.
And the documents are further processed?
Yes. in both the steps. So that is a place wherein you have the user intervention and the autonomous behavior. So both these places, both these conversions is what agentic AI is helping us in.
Because for compliance, in some loan cases, we don't have ability to perform those reviews by US government actually. So US government has some regulations like those things should be processed by manually only, something like that. So in these cases, user intervention will need it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
First is, so like, I understand that you have agents, like you showed one of the multi-agent systems.
Yes.
So these agents, each of these agents in a multi-agent system,
Yes.
those are made by you, or like we can have a function from where the user can pull it and then write the code himself.
Okay, so I'll not answer that question maybe because
think
that's the thing that we are here for, and we'll be explaining how to do that exactly, and the agent that you'll be holding.
Actually,
building.
you can build that agent using this platform
Yes.
completely.
Okay,
There is nothing like you don't have to write any outside code or something like that. You have some code. This is no code, low code platform, but
Okay.
if you need some code, so we have like built-in feature in workflows as well to write some JavaScript snippets or something like that.
Okay.
So you can do that as well.
But to answer your question, just hold on for that thought for
Yeah.
the next hour maybe.
Yeah.
We'll explain our portal and we can start.
Sure. I had another question.
Yes.
We all know that while using LLMs, the answer we get are not very much deterministic.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you deal with that? Because since it is, finance agent, you should have a deterministic answer
Yes.
most of the times.
Yes.
How do you deal with that?
So there are two things to it. Again, so when I mean the prompts, there are, so I'll share with you guys one of the prompting guide that we have. So it's sort of a Bible for us as well. So when I mentioned the various components of a prompt, which includes the particular role, the context, and the output that you mentioned.
Yeah.
So this is the three main aspects that you need. For example, we'll try some of the prompts as well, but my main point is everything lies for an LLM to understand lies within the particular prompt itself. So how well you define the prompt, how efficiently you write the prompt.
Yeah.
That is the part wherein the prompting space
Yeah.
comes into picture.
Yeah.
The second part is this solve the majority of the LLM hallucination problems, as you mentioned, are solved by this. Because at the end of the day, LLM does not understand which route to take.
Yeah.
So if you clearly define that path, that I want to take this part and this way, so it understands and majority of the questions are solved. Even though if there are some of the hallucination or something like that, then we have on our platform and usually as well, we have the fine tuning of the models.
Okay.
So by fine tuning, what we do is we provide them with a set of, in our platform I'm specifically referring to because that one we will be looking at. So we have a set of almost 100 questions or 200 questions related to the same prompting system itself. So when we provide the answers and the questions related to the same prompt and we train that particular model using the existing model onto that platform itself, the model becomes trained to answer your questions in that particular system itself. So as you can have a look right now. So we have this fine-tuned model for the banking and the lending industry. So we have fed in almost, I'm not very much sure, but thousands of questions into this particular system so that it can answer and not hallucinate or diverge into other platforms. So that is the method. First one is a prompting solution, and second one is the fine-tuning
The
solution.
third one also comes with a RAG, retrieval augmented generation. So you can implement that as well into our platform, onto our platform directly. So basically, you will, and we have some guards as well. We are improving that hallucination problems as well. But we are mainly focusing right now on, like, let's say if LLM doesn't know that, in system prompts, we along with prompts we provide system prompts as well, that you should not do that. If you don't know, just give the answer, you don't know the data or something like that. So we are providing those guards as well. So, and again, fine tuning and RAG. So those solutions will enough for reducing the hallucination problems.
I think in RAG, it's pretty much becomes more easier for
Yes.
removing
You have
this
limitations,
sort of
right?
thing.
Yes. Yes. So there are no questions from the back there because I am seeing that they are patiently hearing to us, but they have no questions at all. So is it that they are busy in building the agents directly, or they are the students like Vikas and me were? No questions that you do not have any projects right now wherein you can think of a solution wherein the AI can be used, or you are using something? Both the ends, maybe. Yeah, go ahead. So you need a push then. Yeah.
Hello. We actually have a project, like
Yes.
it's an interview analysis. So like during the online interview,
Yeah.
we need to analyze the person's confidence level using video and audio.
Okay.
So currently we're using DeepFace for video and then CNN model for audio.
Okay.
So do you have any suggestion how you can use your platform there?
Okay. Our platform right now is not the one that is for you because we have not introduced the video platforms yet. We are into the process of building the audio platforms. And yes, right now, as you mentioned that, can you just briefly explain your project, like what are the things that you're actually doing?
Okay, so it's an online interview.
Okay.
So firstly, the interviewer will start an screen share.
Okay.
So like if it's a Google Meet, the screen share will have the interviewee's face, and every 3 seconds a screenshot will be taken, in which it will be analyzed by a DeepFace agent, and the audio will be recorded, and it will be shortened to 3-second files, and
Okay.
all of those files will be processed, and a graph will be plotted at the end,
Okay.
and that will give like the percentage of stress and confidence over time.
Okay. And have you achieved it? I mean, you have the working version of it, or like you're still in the process of building it?
The models are working like
Okay.
individually, but we are not able to plot the graph correctly.
Plot the?
Plot the graphs correctly, because the thing is the models are pre-trained to detect emotions like happiness and sad. So we have to map them with confidence and stress. So
Okay. Okay.
we are struggling with that part, but the models are working individually.
Okay. Yes, that is a good case scenario, and like we have some of the solutions right now as well, because the one famous that had come was the interview on Shark Tank as well, right?
Yeah, we were actually inspired by that.
Okay. Okay. So maybe there are a lot of solutions right now as well. Yeah, you were saying something?
But the one on Shark Tank also like focused on preventing cheating and all that.
Okay.
They weren't like an HR interview would look at the body language as well, right? They were not covering that, so we were looking on more on that side.
Okay. Okay.
Right now we are.
So right now our platform is not into the video part as of it, and we are having the audio part maybe in the next release. So you'll have to watch it out for the audio part. But yes, for the video maybe you'll have to wait maybe another month or so. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We are actually processing video recordings of the meetings right now for summaries, all the things, but we are not actually analyzing the emotions or something like that right now. We are just analyzing the data from the images. Let's say now you have one document. In that document you have some tables, some data, some PDF data, some PDF images. We are analyzing that data and we are like plotting graphs from that. So right now we are doing that, but in our upcoming releases we were gonna do that. Yeah.
Okay then, we'll maybe start with our AI workbench that we have built, and I'll explain a few concepts regarding it here as well, because again here will be a little bit of theory. Not exactly a theory, but a hands-on theory maybe. This is required for you to develop the agent as well. So it would be necessary that you have a look properly and understand the concepts here, because this would be the building block of the particular agents. And just to give you an analogy, apart from the hackathon that the people have announced, most of the people in our company also have been working on the building these agents as a final year projects as well. So this has particularly a great scope. So please keep that things in mind and just have a look, and of course raise questions if you have any. Okay, so in our AI workbench, the most important thing or the driver is always the AI agent itself. So anytime that you come into our platform, there will be one working principle, that is you have to build an AI agent itself. What is an AI agent? So specifically, if you consider a tree, a normal tree, so the tree's trunk is your AI agent specifically. The various branches are its sub-agent. So when I mean by a branch, there will be n number of the branches, right? So there can be a single branch which will result in a single agent system, or multiple branches which will yield into a multi-sub-agent system. Finally, there will be leaves at the end of the branches, right? So these leaves point to the intents of a particular sub-agent. So giving you an example, for example, the one that we had shown right now, right? Just a minute. Yes. So right now this is another one of the agents, which was the investment opportunity finder, wherein the main agent, the main aim of the agent was to identify the various investment opportunities in and around in the market. It had various sub agents. So what this particular sub agent did was identify the general economic trends or the economic conditions, like what is the economic trend right now. Is the gold up or is the gold down? Or is the real estate market up or down? So this is the main task of a sub-agent. So a sub-agent is specifically, or technically it is also called a mini agent in itself. So it will be a particular branch wherein a particular problem will be solved. So this is our sub-agent. And finally, every sub-agent will be having, so you can have a look here. So every sub-agent will be having a particular intent a set of intents associated with it. For example, a branch can have a single leaf or multiple leaves as well. So for example, in the country economic conditions, this is the sub-agent's name, wherein we have this particular intent, where is the country trend finder. So for example, India as a country, how it's performing right now, US as a country, how it's performing right now. This is the aim of this particular intent within this particular sub-agent. So what the sub-agent does is, it is the country analyzer, general economic analyzer, wherein the first analyzing point is our country analyzing finding, then the generic overall analysis that we have. So this is our bifurcation of an agent, sub-agent and the intent. Are we clear up to this point, or you have some doubts in this? Yes.
Yeah, so now in agent we as you've seen, we have these 4 sub-agents, but how agent is like identifying how this how to route your query to particular sub-agent. Okay, so we have this scope in this sub-agent, right? So as you see, we have mentioned in this scope that this sub-agent answers queries corresponding to economic conditions pertinent to this country. So according to this scope can be maybe another few lines, but this scope should be scope is actually identifying if user is asking related to queries related to this sub-agent as or not, something like that. If you open another sub-agent, go to another sub-agent, go to this. Now in this sub-agent you will see that basically scope is different right now. So we have something called as inference engine and reasoning engine as well built into the AI agents. So whenever user asks a query to AI agent itself, AI reasoning engine will see what is the scope, what is the user's query. Now user query will be transformed into embeddings. Then we will analyze different sub-agent scopes, and according to that we will route the user's query to particular sub-agent. Now after user query reaching to a correct sub-agent, we have intents, things called as intents. If you click on this settings, right now we have just only one intent in this, but in some agents we have multiple intents as well. Now what intents are doing? So sub-agent is doing a group of tasks, intent is doing a direct particular task. It is atomic task that you have to do into the agent. Okay, so now how sub-agent is knowing that for what intent user query has to go to what intent. Okay, so now intent also has this scope like description. So this intent is doing, it's reporting on emerging trends. Okay, and we are for AI to analyze it better, we are just providing this optional example as well. Like if user asks according to identify emerging real estate trends, so markets, something like that. So AI will analyze these examples, AI will analyze these scopes, and then AI will get to know we have to reach to this intent. Okay, now intent, okay, go to this workflow.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, this is the agent part, sub-agent part, and the intent part. So finally, as she had asked the question, right, where is that part wherein we have the code that is written or the no code that is written? So this is a part wherein the low code, no code solution comes into picture, which is the workflows. So I'll just open up one of our workflows. So you want this workflow itself or yes? Okay. So this will be empty right
So
now.
in this you can see like we have 4 intents in same sub-agent. So these are 4 different individual tasks that we are performing into single sub-agent. And how we are reaching this? So like according to their description and examples. Nothing else.
This is an empty workflow right now. So you want to demonstrate that or the actual one?
Actual one.
Okay.
You can start.
Okay. So basically, we'll dive into the workflow itself.
So basically
So-
workflow is actual execution of code that's happening after reaching to the intent part, after the user's query.
Is the screen visible at the back? Because I'm receiving some things saying that the screen is not visible. Is it visible?
Zoom the canvas.
Is it now? A little bit at least. Is it visible or it's not visible still? Okay. No feedback is always a positive feedback. So yes. Yeah.
If it is not visible, then they can even check the YouTube link as well.
Okay.
Understand the question.
YouTube. Okay. Yeah. You're also streaming the thing, right? So you have the YouTube link with you. You can open it via this YouTube itself and have a look. So we'll now dive into the place wherein we have the exact place where you have to write in the code or a low code, for example. So whatever we are mentioning right now, whenever we are pitching in, we like always drag, drop and deploy. So this is the mechanism where it is a drag, drop and deploy. So first of all, whatever we are having a look here, this is our canvas, that is the workflow canvas that we have. And these are our various nodes that are present. So yes, so this is an API call. So accordingly, we have this is this is called one node. This is one API node, API call node. This is another node, which is the notify node. Every node will be having 3 main important points. One is the configs, second one will be the input that will be coming in, and the output that it will be giving out. So the details about every particular node will be present in our help section. So you can always dive into the help section, wherein we have this information that is presented for every configuration updates. So for example, I'll choose email in this case. So for an email case, again, it's pretty simple that you want to send an email to a particular person or a particular entity. So it's like adding the email addresses, then the subject, then the header, and if you want to add a logo for it. And finally, the various configurations that are available. Again, as I mentioned, we have had this feature of having the help for every configurations that are present. So you can just dive in. Oh, sorry. Just a minute.
Show some AI nodes. Show some AI nodes. Hang होता है क्या? Hang
Yes. So these, again, we have the nodes that we have nodes categories into various formats as well. So first that we were having a look was the integration nodes. Then we have some user interaction nodes as well. So for example, when you want to take the user input from the particular users, then you have this user input. When you want to ask a particular question, then we have the question node. For the assessments, we have the assessment is nothing but a sequence of questions that you want to ask to the particular user, so that multiple questions can be asked. Nodes, which is the prompt node. So this answers most of your queries when you were asking that which LLM to use, how LLM to use. So these are the set of various LLMs that are available with us right now. So it includes the range of fine-tuned models as well as a normal model as well. So for example, right now I'll choose maybe GPT-4o mini and I'll enter the system prompt. So again, the system prompt is something that is you need to provide some context. As I mentioned, the prompt nature needs to have this system prompt in place. So for example, you are maybe a mathematical advisor. So for example, you are great in calculations. So you want to have a calculator, mathematics calculation expert. So you'll just add that you are in a context of a mathematical expert and your task is to identify the mathematical expressions incoming and have the answers answered accordingly. So this would be the system prompt that will be used for this particular LLM to answer your results. And finally, this will be the query that you will be giving, that is, please calculate what is 3 plus 5, 2 plus 5, something like that. So this is your query. Again, there are a set of other configurations that are present, but again, it will be very overwhelming at this point. So as and when whichever things are required, we can always go back to our help section here, and also we have the Gitbook published as well. So anytime we can always run through that. So yes, yes. We also have the RAG node as well. So wherein you can just create a RAG container. So is everybody first of all aware with RAG? What is RAGs?
Guys in the back, please do give attention because this is helpful in a hackathon. You have to build agents into this platform and eventually you have to make the workflows. So please give attention.
Is anybody okay? Do you know some things about RAGs, or everybody is unaware? How is the scenario?
Why do you know why we use RAGs? If you know, because nobody said you don't know RAGs,
You know?
so we are assuming you know RAG. Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying something? Okay. Okay. So yeah, you can go ahead.
So using RAG, the LLM can access what other types of knowledges as well, external documents, databases, web pages, etc. And it can use the context of those extra information as well while curating the answers.
Okay, great. So the best example that I usually give of the RAGs is when the first model of ChatGPT came in, right? It had a cutoff date. Do you remember? Like the cutoff, what are cutoff dates specifically? So when ChatGPT came in, that time it had a cutoff date of, I guess, 2020 or 2021 something. So what it meant was, it had limited knowledge, and the knowledge that was restrained just to 2020 itself. So there were no scenarios wherein it had knowledge or understanding of things that are present after that. Of course, now it's not the case, but I'm just trying to explain the scenario of this RAGs. So when you want to have some additional context or additional knowledge base to your LLMs, that is the place where you come and use the RAGs. Or when I was trying to explain the example of mortgage loan processor and its conditions which change every 3 months, right? So that is a place wherein RAGs come into picture, wherein you have a set of predefined rules that are changing on to the daily basis and which are not static, right? It's changing every 3 months or 4 months, something like that. Therein, when you want to provide some additional context and knowledge base for the existing LLMs, that is a place wherein you use the RAGs. Is it clear, or have you some doubts in this as well?
So I will just add on. Let's say now you are using prompt node. Click on the prompt node.
Yes.
Okay, so here you are directly querying to any LLM directly. We are not using any LLM plugin or something like that. Like if you go to ChatGPT, now they have search option available. Like if you want to enable the web search, you have to enable that option. Then only LLM analyzes data from the Google or web or any search engines in this case. But for RAG, for now, if you want to give some extra power to prompt right now, you do have two options. Either you have to fine tune that model, or you have to, like, if it's basic, just create a RAG container into our platform. You can create a RAG container using various type of data sources like docs, PDFs and all those things. and you can just create the RAG and use that directly into the RAG query simply.
So we'll try to, I'll explain the RAG part as well.
Later.
Yeah. First, we'll first understand the workflow. So these were the various nodes that we have, as I mentioned. First one were the integration nodes, which were the direct calls to via the APIs. The second was the user group, wherein the user integration interactions was present. And the third, that is the AI foundational, wherein the RAGs, the intent classification, the prompts come into picture.
Meeting nodes. Meeting node. Integrations for that.
So meeting, okay. Yes. Can you explain this?
Yes. Sankti.
Yeah. So we also have a method wherein we have integrated the meetings as well. So various kind of meetings. So Google Meet, then the Teams and the Zooms as well. So we have these various actions that are present in every particular meeting. So when we say we are integrators, for example, this is one of the meetings example, but we have various financial integrations as well. So with this, you can have the various actions, that is get a particular meeting or get the particular meeting recordings, then the participants. So you can just record a particular, ask the meeting provider to record a particular video meeting, and then query and fetch the information that is related to the particular meetings from a set of meeting node itself. So these are the various nodes that are available.
Variables.
Yeah. Yes. Now, yes. So yes. Now what we'll do is, we'll try to understand how to join up these two things. And the second most important concept, the first concept are the nodes, which we explored right now. And the second one are the variables. So what are the variables? For example, you want to pass the data from one node to the second node. So for example, you have your API call here, wherein you are getting some of the data. For example, in a stock market agent that we would be building, we'll be needing some data, right? So this data would be brought in by some of our external partners. So these external partner can be any free sources or any free providers. So assume that somebody provides us with some of the information regarding this API. So the data or the output of this API should be directly given to the prompt. So how do we do this? So we need to pass in this particular output to the input of this particular node. So we have this concept of agent variables as well as the normal variables as well. So for example, you can have a look here. This is the place where we are creating the agent variables. So this is nothing but like a declaration of a variable in JavaScript itself. It's nothing beyond that. So we just go create a variable, for example, stock news. So we'll go, our variable will be now present, and we'll need to enter the reference path. So while thinking about this reference path, we'll always go to our help section and understand there. So we have this description here, which mentions about the node configurations, the configuration part, which tells us exactly what each and every config point means, and finally the output. So what it does is, it always returns you the output format, whether it is in the in which format it returns. So in this case, it returns into the data format. So you have the example here as well. So if this is the endpoint and the method is get, then you get this as your output. So what you will do is, you will always use dollar and you will use output. So we have the IntelliSense in this as well. So $.data. So what this will do is, the response or the output that is coming up from this particular API node will be set into this agent variable, which is the stock news. Just like we do it in a JavaScript, that is writing const data equal to response.data. This is the same thing that we're doing here. Now, the magic that happens right now is, this stock news agent variable can be accessed in the entire agent. And by the agent, I'm not referring to this particular workflow itself, nor the intent, nor the sub-agent, but the entire agent itself. So by this, once this is configured, it can be used in n number of the places. So one of the basic examples will be of access tokens. So we'll need to get the access token from a particular provider. You know the concept of access tokens, right? So for any of the APIs, which are protected, you first go and get the authenticated key, which is the access tokens, and for every subsequent calls you need to send that access tokens along with your request body, right? So when you want to do that, you'll not always go and hit the access token, right? So what you can do is you can just go and set that access token as one of the agent variables, and that can be used later on. And how to use that, for example, so for example, I want to, assuming the case that I want to use the access, the stock news here itself. So what I will use is $agent dot, I get the IntelliSense, which is stock news. So the data that is present in that particular stock news variable will be directly available into my stock news. Now, this is the part wherein we have this agent variables into picture. But at times we don't actually need the output to be persistent. In that case, we don't need this particular agent variable. You can just remove that. And whatever the output that is coming in would be the input for this particular node, right? The prompt would be receiving that as an input. So what we will do is, in the query, and when I want to use the news data, so I'll directly use the keyword and just write input.data. So that in this case, it's not storing that into an agent variable. So at the end of the day, when you're storing a few things in your agent variable, what it does is it takes up your memory, and that might, it's not a properly efficient solution to just go on storing the things. So directly fetching the data, passing it to the next node. So that is the way forward. So the first part was the nodes, wherein you have multiple nodes and each node has a set of configurations and the help section that will help you understand how the input comes, what are its operations, and what are its output formatting. Yeah. So right now there was a case, for example, API calls. So API calls are bound to fail, right? So I mean, at least for the first 3 times that when we are hitting it, sorry. So we have various types of variables that are present. Sorry. So we have various types of variables that are present. That's string, number, array, any, or data. So what I'll do is I'll choose any. So if my output data exists, then it is a success call for me. So right now, what I'll do is I'll just output.data. If it exists, then it is a success call for me. So I'll just rename this by saying success call. Otherwise, it will be I'll just add a display node saying to the user that your API call failed. Bus. So this is the place wherein you have these transitions that are present. So in this, I'll just add in output.error exists. Save. Done. So this is the error case. Okay, and this display is also one of the important nodes because this will be helpful for you in your hackathons as well. So there are various types of displays, or the types of displays. One is the text, then is the link, then suggestion, then various beautiful charts that can be displayed. We have the custom widgets as well, because it's not possible for us to build each and every React component that is being displayed. So we have this example of a custom widget as well. And again, how to read through these is always via the help section that is present. Yeah. Till this point, do we have any doubts in how to what are first nodes, then the input, then the output, the variables, and the transitions? These are the core concepts that we need to understand while building the workflow. So if there are any doubts, you can just raise your concerns right now. Or is everybody with us on our platform?
Guys, we will have break in 15 to 20 minutes, but please be patient. If you have any doubts, you can ask, because this stuff is very important if you want to build the agents for this hackathon. So whatever concepts we have covered some basic nodes, we have covered transitions, we have covered variables. Of course, we are not able to cover every node and each and everything in configurations, but we are just giving overviews. So any doubts if you have?
Or you want me to repeat some stuff, I can do that as well. API key. So there are again,
Secret variable.
yeah, I see.
In
So-
the secret variable.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you are specifically referring to only the ChatGPT ChatGPT key,
Yeah.
we have the mechanism of bring your own keys or use our key as well.
Okay.
So it's not necessary that you have your key. So right now, when we are saying that we provide you with some credits, like you signed up, you came into our platform, we have provided you with some free credits.
Okay.
So that inbuilt has some of the credits present with you.
Okay.
So while running each of these workflows, those credits get consumed.
Yeah. Got
Okay.
it. Yeah.
And accordingly, the prompting, for example, a particular prompt, as you had mentioned previously, it calculates the tokens, then the tokens are then sent to the GPT.
Yeah.
So the input tokens are calculated, the
Yeah.
output tokens are calculated, and the credits are deducted accordingly.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
If you
we
have-
will show you that as well. How can you calculate the prices of the LLM usages? So we have called we have model hub as well, where you can try all those LLM models itself. Again, in free plan or in whatever plan you choose. If you don't provide an API key for LLMs,
Yeah.
so we will use our API keys.
Okay.
That will be inbuilt, so you don't have to worry about that. If you provide API key, we will not charge you for that LLM usage.
Yeah.
You will
but
be
we will be charged with by OpenAI or
Yeah.
whatever.
Your key is being charged, right?
Yeah.
So, yes.
Exactly. I had one more question. This
Yes.
might be a very weird type question.
Hmm.
Can I use an agent to build an agent?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are doing that as well.
Okay.
Currently, we will show you a quick creation process after break, how to create the agent quickly.
Okay.
We have 3 types of agent creation processes right now: from template, from manual, like you will build each and every intent and workflow from scratch, and third part is you will create a skeleton from just prompting to the another agent. Okay, and we are like in next week or so we are releasing our new agent as well, which will create all these workflows as well.
Okay.
So right now we are to the point wherein we are in the quick creation. We have the agent built, the agent scopes written down, the sub-agent scopes written down, then the intent scopes written down, because that's the main task that the developer has to come and do.
Yeah.
So these things, the AI agent is now capable of doing. The next part, as you mentioned, is the workflow building. That is the heart of or writing the code. We are trying to automate that as well, but that will be in the later releases. But we'll
as,
show you.
you can take example as like if you have to start any, let's say, website project or something like that, your managers into the team will first have to decide the architecture, what feature it's gonna be, or like what users your platform will deliver, something like that. So that part is creating sub-agent, creating intents, and creating just blank workflows or something like that. So basically, first, while building an AI agent, your first aim should be like, you first should know what are the requirements from that agent, who will use that agent, okay?
Yeah.
What features you will cater from that agent, okay? Now, after that, whatever user asks to your agent, that query should be correctly propagated to correct workflow for execution. So that part, until that part, we can implement via quick creation process right now. After that, we will again releasing one agent as well, so it will create workflows as well.
Okay. So like an orchestrator kind of a thing.
Yes. So this part wherein he is referring to the quick agent or quick creation, which internally uses the agent building an agent itself.
Yeah.
So yes.
Got it. So the mortgage agent example which you showed,
Yes.
there were many sub-agents in
Yes.
the first layer.
Yes.
So is it like the first one is the one which is first getting
No,
called
not
or
necessary.
an-
So, for example, there are 10, maybe there were 5 to 6 nodes. So I'll try to explain that as well. So each one has its starter template, basically.
Yeah.
Each agent has its starter template. So what it tries to do. So one is uploading the documents is one of the example. Calculating the income is another example. Submitting the loan documents is another example. So these 3 were the specific sub-agents. These can be called in any random instance, right? So you just don't request the AI agent to say that first execute this, then execute this. This is not a rule-based approach. It's a open or a free flow that is present. So that's why any of the things can be called any of the time. So it's not necessary that it's called in a sequence.
But that is decided by the AI, or that is decided by the user.
That is decided by the developer based on the scopes that you give to a particular intent on the workflow. So for example, I'll maybe try to explain. So in a sub-agent, whenever a user fires up a query that get me the stock market, stock analysis of a Tesla stock. So what it does is, our agent, the main agent, it first goes and searches all the sub-agents. From the sub-agent and its scope specifically, it determines that, okay, it falls into this particular sub-agent. It then goes into its particular intents, then identifies which is the correlated intent for that particular user query, and then matches that particular intent. So it's like drilling down up to the leaf node. If you have studied the tree structure, it's like drilling down to the leaf node and then executing that workflow. So execution of that workflow is nothing but executing your code.
That also questions answers your earlier question of hallucination as well. If your like our agent will not find anything user query related to any of the sub agents or any of the intents internal to sub agents, it will just show I cannot find sub agent or something like that, and I cannot process this query, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so do you know about LangGraph?
Yes.
So how is it different from LangGraph? Obviously, in LangGraph, we mostly have to write the code ourselves.
Yes.
So, like internal working wise, how is it different from LangGraph?
First thing, LangGraph से हमारा platform बहुत अच्छा है. So the second part is
LangGraph has a lot of abstraction layers.
yes, a lot of abstraction layer, and most probably it is the UI is somewhat, whatever I feel from the first usage, is not a streamlined process. There are a lot of configurations sometimes to be made onto the LLM models itself. So that requires a lot of time. The second one is there are various
Like 100 plus integrations, financial integration.
Okay.
So those also are built in. Again, have that in LangGraph or anything else. And again, you have to provide API keys over there.
Yes.
So that's the main thing.
though, as he mentioned, like all these integrations and the LLM based approach is again combined into a particular workflow itself. So it's a no code, low code tool. So therein you'll have to write the code. And again, which reminds me of one important thing, there are some places wherein we actually need to write the code as well, right? So there will be scenarios wherein just drag and drop won't work. So at that places, there is a specific and the most powerful node that we use is the JavaScript node itself. So everybody is maybe familiar with JavaScript, right? So if you are learning Mern, then I mean JavaScript is the main tool. So you can just search JavaScript. What it will do is it will just open up a script editor tool wherein you can just take the inputs, process the information, and then give the particular output.
Yeah.
So I'm attaching to the stock market agent and then create. So yes, this is the JavaScript node wherein you can write your code here, and this is specifically
You can use variables here as well.
yes, and you can use the agent variables that I had mentioned previously, right? Using the agent dot or the input dot, whichever is incoming to this particular thing.
Again,
So-
we are adding like it's just now JavaScript node. We are adding Python node as well in upcoming release. So that's in the process. Again, we have lot of features in the workbench. Right now, we cannot explain all those things because it will take days to explain all those features.
Yeah, I get it.
So yeah, we will just
Yeah,
get on
we'll
with
have to publish one as well. Yes.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes. And the final thing that remains about our workflow is the execute and the publish mechanism. So for example, we have, yes. So we have this publish mechanism. For example, you are doing your stuff right now and your workflow is now ready. Then you have to publish that particular version of the particular workflow. So what you will go, you will just click on this publish, and what it will do, it will create a snapshot of that particular workflow instance at that particular time. Again, for example, I'll just remove this thing, and maybe I'll add just a prompt node. I'll select maybe 4.0 mini. You are a math expert in calculations.
Again, how do you select this 4.0 mini or something like that? That you have to try on into our model hub. Like what model you have to choose and all those things you have to try. Like some models are in financial case, some models are used are good for financial use cases. Some are good for your coding use cases. Some are good for your normal e-commerce things, something like that. So you have to try that on. you have like we have given model hub as well, so you can try on that playground. So what model is suitable for your use case, so you can choose by that.
So any of the changes that you make, for example, it is just like saving your particular workflow. So every time you make a change, you'll have to go and publish this workflow. So because what we do is when an agent is running, it always goes and search for the particular latest code, right? So to identify which is the latest code, you need to publish this particular workflow as well. Otherwise, it won't find the code and your agent will again malfunction for that matter. So for example, I'll just run this execute code. For example, the agent might be having several intents and several workflows, but at the end of the day, it is a unit test case that you might want to run. So to run that unit test case, we have this execute button, which will just go and execute this particular workflow. So you can just click on the execute. It's on my internet, yes. So yes, you can have a look wherein the workflow got executed, wherein I had a normal simple task wherein you're a math expert in calculations and the query was calculate 2 plus 4. So what it did was, the output that it gave was, again, the content was 2 plus 4 equals 6. Why? Because, why did it wrap in the content? Because the output format of the prompt is always giving into the content node. So this is the use case of the execute button that I'm trying to demonstrate right now. So the various executions will be present here. And yes, as you mentioned about the model hub, that is the another most important point, wherein if you want to test your prompts first, because I mean agent building is always about testing, is always everything about prompts itself and testing your prompts whether it answers your particular queries or not. So how do we do that is by moving on to our model hub, where we have n number of models that are present. You can just go here and maybe identify. I'm right now using O3 many, and I'll just add maybe a query saying that can anybody tell me a query that I can ask to the LLM from the back there maybe. Do you want to try any of the model hub? From our model hub, do you want to try any of the queries and ask the LLMs? The reason for that is you might be having ChatGPT, you might be having ChatGPT Plus, but do you have O3 mini access on it? Claude access to it? Other models access to it? But we have everything inbuilt in this itself. So do you want to try something here on the model hub specifically? No, I'm asking whether they want to try it on my system, because if you use your systems right now, the credits
don't overuse it because credits are limited.
And you'll have to use it for the hackathons as well.
Yeah.
So yes, for example, you can just go and we have the multiple models present here. You can just always go and compare using the two models that are giving the same, or the which one is the better in both the cases. You can just enter your query here. That is maybe segregate various assets.
Now you can see as he's typing, you can see 11 tokens and 0.02 credits. So you can calculate the prices as well, like how it will cost you or something like that. Bas. Simple. Just you can see the prices are different for different models as well, and answers will also be different for different models.
So you can always come and test your prompts first here and then use into your workflows, because running the workflow, so the running the workflow will entirely take up some time, but it's a sort of a quick unit test case that you can run here from the model hub.
right now you can test workflows using like chatting with agent directly, but we are improving that experience as well in upcoming releases. So yeah.
And finally, we'll have to explain the table notes as well. And finally, we have the inbuilt table notes as well. So for example, there might be situations wherein you have to store the data as well, right? So you have to store the particular user data that is coming, for example, sign up, sign in process. So you have to use that particular data to be stored. So we have this inbuilt databases as well. So this database is by default the MongoDB itself. So again, ma'am had mentioned that you are experts in MERN stacks. So M stands for MongoDB itself. So this is the MongoDB table, when you can always go and create a table, and you have the various operations that are present, the insert menu, update and delete, and finally the data that is to be present in the particular insert menu. You can use the table write along with our help section and the table read, which will help you directly get that particular operations. And if somebody now comes up and tells, no, I want to use a Postgres or some other particular database, so you can use always the external databases as well directly. So you can connect your own databases, that might be MongoDB or any of the other things, which is done based on cloud. This is the one that we are hosting on the Workbench side itself. There are many other tools, as he explained, like we have the document collector nodes, then the document to image processing nodes, such nodes. But again, those would be the ones that you would be exploring yourselves using our Gitbook that is present. So that would be helpful. Yes.
Okay, we can stop for break.
Yeah. If you have any doubts regarding our platform, yeah, go ahead. Then yes.
Anything to publish it on some website?
Yeah. Okay. He raised a good point. So once the agents are developed, the agent can be exported and can be published onto our marketplace. So you can think of marketplace as a Play Store and an app store itself, wherein we have some of our agents published as well. So that particular agent, for example, you have a great idea, unique idea that is coming up. You build an agent around it, you exported that, and you are deciding to monetize that as well. So you can always go to our agents.uptiq.ai, publish your agent by your name, under your name. Yes, it will be public. There are two methods in that as well. You have a public store as well and a private store as well. So for enterprises, we provide the private store because it's very close to their particular use cases. But for a public store, you can use the public store itself. So you can always go and explore all the AI agents that are present here. So this was one of the agents that was built by I guess there was a US based technical school itself. So they had built this particular agent. I had only helped them build this agent. So this was the one that they had used for their opening ceremony of your clubs, right? So they had an opening ceremony. So they had used this publicly available agent. So these agents can be used by anybody, and you can also decide while publishing, right? Just like we have the app process while publishing to the App Store or the Play Store, you can decide the number of credits that are required, number of amount that is to be collected, and accordingly it will be available. So that
some features are still gonna be come in this agent store, because right now it's not completely ready to you to publish, because you can monetize it yourself as well. Now you can say, like, if you have to use my agent, you have to give me this price, something like that. So you can earn as well from this platform.
So yes. So any other doubts regarding the workflow? Yeah. No, I'm not able to hear you.
Multimodal.
Is the rack container multimodal which is provided in the workflow?
No, not right now. So right now what you do is, you have this particular rack containers that are present. Okay. So I'll explain maybe the rack process as well, because I thought we have skipped this, right? So this particular rack container, I'll explain the process first. So first it starts by creating a data store. So what this data store means, you have the various documents that are present. So for example, this was one of the example of a normal PDF that was present given by the Experian. You know the Experian, right? The credit score analyzer thing. So you can have a look. Yes. Yes. So this is a document that is present. So what we have done is, we have created a data store related to this particular document. And we have various chunking strategies that are also present. So for example,
View chunks.
yes. So for example, yes.
So basically, as you have seen, that 4-page PDF is given as a context. Why we are giving that into data sources? So prompt will use that as a context. Okay. So now each document is each document is separated into some chunks and then embeddings itself. So we have these different types of chunking strategies as well. You can try out this strategy as well. Some chunking strategies will take some time as well and will cost you as well. Like semantic chunking is expensive strategy, but it is like very accurate strategy or something like that. So it will basically create embedding according to the semantics of the document structure or something like that. Again, you can try out these things into the rack playground as well. We have rack playground as well. Again, after I think it's loading. Go to again. So basically now this is data source. Basically this is data source which contains one data source. Okay. Now after configuring data store, you will have vector stores. So vector stores is actually the place where we are configuring what embedding model we should use, like how that data store will get used or something like that. Again, these configurations I am seeing, like click on this. Now if you go to create vector store, first of all it will ask you like what is the source of that vector store. So according to right now we have created one data store onto our platform itself, so it is internal store. Okay, you can have external store as well, like somebody says now I have embeddings myself, so I will use my store. So we have capability of adding external as well. After that we have database where to store those embeddings. Okay, so right now we are supporting 3 vector databases. One is MongoDB, Postgres and Pinecone. You can read this into our documentation as well over that link. Again, after that you have embedding models as well. Again, like prompt node as well, you have to test this embedding models as well into our rack playground. After that we have some related configurations like dimensions. Again, similarity strategy. You might have seen similarity strategies like cosine similarity, Euclidean distance, those type of things. Okay, after creating vector store, close this. After creating vector store, now comes to the part that we are orchestrating all those things into a rack container. Okay, what rack container has, which vector store rack container will use? Click this vector store. Now it will use this vector store we have just created. Okay, go. Now let's say number of candidates. You must have seen like we have to analyze top K elements. You might have done KNN strategies in like some data mining projects or something like that. So we have to analyze, like let's say top 5 chunks we will pick according to the user query from chunks that I have created according to the embeddings. Now what will be the LLM used for this process? This also we have like all those LLMs which we are given in the prompt node as well.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the rack content. This if you want more after the break. Yeah. If you have any doubts, you can ask now on this as well.
Thank you.
Yes. So yes, do you have any other doubts regarding the platform and something? And because after this break, we'll be maybe building our agent from scratch and everybody will be building that. So maybe I can just show the...
Okay, okay. Here's
yes.
Yeah. Akash, yes, some doubt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you show how like we can implement this in our projects? Like currently you showed an execution of a chat through a chatbot, right?
Yes.
It can give a flow chart and all that on analysis. Let's take the same example you gave for the mortgage loan calculator. Like if I want to show a dashboard with all the like any report or time anything, how can I use it for that?
Yeah. So we specifically have our APIs. For example, we have that use case as well. Like we are always integrating with system integrators, right? So we have various system integrators who have suggested us that we don't want to use your chatbot approach, but we want a particular portal itself. So what we do that during that time, we expose our APIs to them. And we have one of our, I'll just find it out, but we have one of our projects or a product wherein we are using the agent as a backend service, that is us, that is agent as a service, and using your custom frontend. So the agent processes like the summarization, then the document to image conversion, such tedious processes are done by the LLMs or our agents specifically, and the output is provided to you via the APIs itself. So you can
Basically-
use APIs, consume those APIs, and build your front end accordingly.
Basically, you can build that front. Right now, we don't have proper documentation for that because we are just providing it to some of the our enterprises like system integrators and all those. Basically, they have we have capability to build front end also onto our agent here. Go to the AI agent. We have custom widgets type of thing. So an agentic app. We have a concept called as agentic app. So you can create a layout. Right now we have predefined layouts, but you can create your widgets. You can write your React code right now, and you can just go and paste the scripts over here, your JavaScript or something like that, and you can create directly an entire application using our agents. We right now don't have that documentation, but we will provide you that documentation as well. We have internally that, but you can.
Yes. So that is the agent as a service. You can consume our APIs, and the APIs would be at the end of the day running the workflows itself.
Basically, it's headless execution of agents. Basically, you don't need to like explicitly put that in the chatbot or something like that. You can do that as well.
Okay.
Any other doubts or discussions? Then we can maybe stop for a break and resume after half an hour or whatever the coordinates say. Okay. नाही हे करतो agents.dev रे we are starting बोलू मी एक मिनिट
नाही चालतंय की बघू हां नाही पण एकदा चालवलं परत दुसऱ्यांदा व्हायचं ना त्यांचं वायफाय नाही आहे
वेदांत वायफाय सांग
वेस्ट कॅम्पस
आधी कोणतं केलं होतं मग
आधी माझा केलं होतं ती स्लो आहे रे जरा काय माहिती मला
त्यामुळे स्लो चाललं होतं का
हो
स्लो का झालं
एक मिनिट
माझं पण नाही
काय काय हो ना माझा नहीं मेरा है वैसे वैसे
नहीं ये चलेगा अच्छे से 5G चलेगा
मेरा भी 5G ही है भाई 3 रेंज
त्याचं
त्याच्याकडे किती काढे आहेत
कर
4 काढे
करूँ मैं अच्छे
हां ठीक आहे
आई को हॉटस्पॉट 21
कनेक्ट नाही झालं मला
नॉट कनेक्टिंग
झालं होतं नाही
Z9 5G समथिंग आई
हो
कनेक्ट
बघ कसं झालं का
ब्लॉक वगैरे असेल नाही तर जाऊ दे कर कनेक्ट तोपर्यंत हां ठीक आहे चल कर सर
नाही मी माझं कनेक्ट केलेलं नाही ठीक आहे राहू दे कन्सोल डाऊन आहे का
कन्सोल डेवला का चालला तू
तिकडेच त्याच्यावरती मेन एजंट तिकडेच आहेत का सध्या
अबे यार असं कसं करतोस इकडे आहे ना कन्सोल डेवला का चालला तू एजंट कन्सोल अपडेटला पाहिजे नाही नाही डेमो दाखवायला क्रेडिट जातील ना पण तुझे कन्सोल डेव चालू कर परत एकदा
ठीक आहे चालू आहे ना
कन्सोल डेव
हे काय
चालते की
हो ना मग काय
डेमो आहे नाही
हो
कर डेमो कर स्टार्ट कर त्याशिवाय नाही म्हणत
एक साईड एकदा बघू देत
कशाला टेक्स्टला टाकायचं डायरेक्टली तू बघ आता हां तिथं नाही टाक ते पाहिजे चूज प्रॉपर प्रॉपर हाय प्लीज वेट वाईल वी आर मल्टिपल रोड नाही पुढच्या मध्ये तर काय डेमोसाठी प्रॉपर
चालू
इंटरनेट
agent from scratch and this is what we would be building today. It would be a stock market analysis agent wherein you can just give a stock name, US stock name. It will, so I'll just run through the agent first. So this would be our portal wherein we have the recent chats, and at this point we have the user query that we are trying to mention multiple number of times. So I'll just hit this query. Now this query would be taken by our agent, and it would be particularly navigated to one of the sub-agents and finally to the one of our intents. And the workflow that we had mentioned, that we had looked in our previous session, the code in that workflow gets executed. So this was one of the use cases wherein it found multiple number of Teslas in its place because we have
settle down.
so we had the Tesla is coming from the various equity markets. So it asked which one to choose. So this the first one. I'll choose the first one, and then it will go to fetch the balance sheet data, then the income statements data, and prepare a concise summary of the Tesla stock. Yeah, till it is generating, I'll recommend everybody to hop into the platform and first of all have a look at this Git book. So this is a hand or a guideline book for all our agent workbench. So right from building your first agent to the detailed usage of every nodes is present in this particular Git book. So you can always refer to some of the concepts that you want. For example, you can always go to the agents, then the knowledge, then specifically the details regarding the knowledge. Then you have the sub-agent, then you have the intents. Okay. Yeah, is it fine? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Okay. Just I'll make it full screen. Just a minute. So so in your dashboard, you have this documentation platform, documentation navigation, wherein you can just hop into the Git book that has the detailed explanation of all our core concepts from agent to sub-agent to intents and workflows. And workflow internally has the nodes, and we have documented the various utilities as well as how to use the particular node, that is the input node, loader node, and other such things. So you can always refer to this. First of all, everybody was able to sign up, right? You are into the platform right now, right? Okay.
So that agent output.
Yes. Yeah. So yes, this was our agent that we had, the agent output that we are trying to get, which is the Tesla financial stock analysis. This was the overview. What is the profit margin, the dividend yield? It generated a beautiful chart out of it. Then it has a balance sheet analysis and its operating cash flow chart. And finally, some of the other information related to that particular stock. So this again is a very simple agent just for you guys to understand how our workflow is to be designed and just to get your hands-on experience of how our workflow, agent, sub-agent, intent, and the workflow works in together. This is a very simple use case right now, but as and how you get your ideas into action, you'll be able to explore more of them. So what we'll first do is, as somebody was rightly asking me, like, can an agent build an agent, right? So what you have to do is, I guess on your screen directly you'll be having this quick agent creation action, right? So what this will do is it will help you create an agent. That is the part wherein the agent, sub-agent, and the intents. The part wherein it will add the specific scopes to the particular sub-agents, then the examples, everything will be done by the AI for you directly till this point. So we'll just click on the quick agent creation, and what my current agent's task is. So it's asking me that what are the, to share some of the details about how or what type of AI agent that I want to build. So I'll just write, I want to build stock market analyzer agent to analyze company data. So again, we are running an agent behind the scenes wherein it is to get to our final agent of whether the final output, that is we want to finally build an agent, it will be asking some of the questions until it has all the necessary information to build that agent. So it's now asking me, do you want to generate single agent system or the multi-agent system? So right now, given the time constraint, we'll just move on with the single agent system. Yes. Yes, it has started building the AI agent and the sub-agent respectively. So I guess you guys can also start with me itself.
Have you guys started this according to him? Along with him, you can start prompting along with him by just go to agents page. Have you guys started or not? Like,
And are you guys facing any issues? You have the Google Doc shared, right? The one which has the Vantage API and those things. You'll need that as well. So has everyone created till this point the stock market analyzer agent, or you are still working on it?
okay, so now you can see like this agent created another agent, and like it's saying we have created a skeleton for your agent. What skeleton means? We have created sub-agents and we have created intents. Now each intent is attached to a workflow. So workflow, now quick creation process, right now creating only empty workflows. Okay, so this is for just for your testing purpose, like your actual user query is getting to write sub-agent or not. That you have to test, or write intent or not. You can try testing that first, and then you start like once that process is correct. Again, as I earlier mentioned, like you have to first figure out what will be the features of your app. Then only you can start to.
Just raise your hands if somebody, yeah, you have some issue? You haven't got? Response yet, okay. Is your internet slow? You'll have to wait then. So how many of you are doing simultaneously with me so that I can keep up with the pace? So just raise your hands once.
Okay, lot of people do.
And what about these people? I mean, the freshers, I mean, the bloomers, the freshers, everything. You're not working on this simultaneously with me? These people, this set of people to the left side. Do they have the laptops? Okay.
Okay. Did you get any response or you got any error? अटक गया शायद. Network का issue.
Okay, so we'll proceed by clicking to the particular agent here itself.
You can try. After that, we will just proceed with this. Everybody is getting that issue, or only one person getting that issue? No. Let's start.
So yes, you can have a look. The things like a particular sub-agent, the intent, and then workflow was created directly by the quick create agent for us. So you can just navigate to your sub-agents tab specifically and view that you have multiple intents right now configured. You will be having 2 or 3 intents, right? So some of you will be having just 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. So how many of you got just 1 or 2 maybe? Can you just raise your hands? I mean, navigate to this page till this point and you can have a look.
Are you guys able to open this sub-agent information page?
If yes, then give us a feedback, right? So the no feedback is a good feedback won't work here.
Yeah. Can you guys just close this? You guys able to see this page after creation? Okay. So now go to sub-agents tab over there. Actually, go to first overview tab. Right now, this is the skeleton of your agent. This is an overview, high-level overview of your agent, which is created by that quick creation process. Okay, everybody is up to this mark. Okay. So now go to move towards the sub-agent part, and click on the settings. Okay. So this is our first sub-agent created with these intents. Right now, these intents might vary onto your machine. Someone might have gotten like 4 intents, someone might have gotten 1 intent only. That's the process. Everybody is able to see the screen right now. Okay. So just click on this.
Okay.
Click on
So
this.
what we'll do is we'll
Click on this setting.
Yeah, I'm clicking. Yes.
Just try one prompt.
Yes. So yes, I've clicked my second intent, which was the stock performance evaluation, and you can have a look. It has generated a specific intent for me. So when I said the user query is present, the user query gets navigated to our agent, then to our sub-agents, and within a sub-agent, it will move to my intents. So when moving to the particular intent, it will use this intent description and the specific examples that are present here to execute this particular workflow. So you can just have a look by clicking on this hyperlink to this particular workflow, which will be an empty workflow as of now because we have just created a skeleton. So till this point, what we'll do is we'll just go and run this agent once so that you'll get some output that you'll be happy with.
Right now, it's the part where you have actually written folder structure for your project. Now we will add files for that project, but earlier we used to we have to test whether these intents are correctly propagating to our exact workflows or not. So that's why we will run the agent right now. It will just, if user query is propagated to right intent, then it will just show like some display input like
yes.
This intent is match or something like that. You can try the agent.
Yes. So currently what we have done is,
you have refreshed the page or?
No, I've opened the workflow page. Just a minute.
No, don't open the
Okay.
Just go to this.
Yes.
Just
So
you can click the try agent button. Yeah, click.
And I've used the same user query that we had. I'm just hitting that user query.
Now he has used this query because the intent created at his machine having this example. So this query will work for his agent. Now your agents might have different queries, different examples in those intents. So try those intents. Internet is very slow. Okay,
Yes.
so now you can see, you have seen one loader message that agent is trying to finding a proper sub-agent. Right now, you can see that hi there, intent stock performance evaluation has been matched. So this is currently implemented inside the workflow. Only this part is done inside the workflow as workflow is empty. Okay,
The
so
skeleton
now,
workflow.
at this point, you know that your query is propagating towards the correct intent. So now we will implement that workflow properly so that we will see the summary of the stock.
Yes.
Okay.
Were you able to reach till this point? I mean, are there any doubts here or you faced any of the issues? So your intent matched correctly and your workflow was also triggered, right? Great. Here, this part, it worked, right? Perfect. So right now what our first query would be, like whatever we are going to design is that it will always have a company's name that will be presented in the user query, and that has to be taken up by the prompt node just to identify which query to be hit. So for example, for the stock market data, we are going to use Alpha Vantage as one of our data sources. So you can just visit this particular, you can just visit this particular doc that I've sent. Yeah. So this document is present with them.
Okay, this document is shared with you. So you can just go to the Alpha Vantage documentation. Basically right now for demo purposes, we are integrating with Alpha Vantage API so that we can fetch real-time stock data of that particular stock to analyze. So you can create your API keys.
You can just create your free API key here. So if you got that particular key, just proceed to your agent in the secrets and variables. you can just add this as a secret because this is a external key that is incoming, right? So you can just add a key saying that a stock API key.
Anything you like, you can add.
Yes.
This is a type of variable that is secret. So you can like basically, if you have done any Monstack applications, you might have done env variables. This is similar to that only. So basically, those are the variables in the agent which have default value, and that cannot be changed over the course of the workflow.
So
Now
yes.
you can see we have one secret in the secret and variables tab. Okay. Everybody is up to this mark? Louder, louder. Everybody is up to this mark, on board up to this mark, or you are still stuck
No.
on? Okay, what
Where
is
are
the
you
issue?
stuck then? Can you speak a bit louder? We are not able to hear.
Okay, go to agent page.
Yeah.
You got API key, right? Everybody got API key? Okay, so go to agent page again, your agent page, okay? Now go to this tab, secret and variables. Okay? Just click on add secret button. Click on add secret. Enter any name you like. You have to use that name inside your workflow. So enter any name, let's say Alpha Vintage API key or Stock API key. Enter that name and value and just create.
And just save, click on the save button.
Okay, so we have that secret option as well. If you want, don't want to, if you want to encrypt that, you can encrypt that as well by just toggling that secret as well. Okay. So everybody is up to this mark. Guys, please check if everybody is onboarding with this or not. Everybody is done? Okay, now we will move into that workflow which has matched.
So yes, you can have a look here. We had this particular.
Akash, just an
So what I've done right now is I'm into my sub-agents page, wherein I had selected one of the intent examples, right? So what I've done is I've selected this particular intent, and I've clicked on this workflow, which will open the blank workflow for me.
Basically the workflow which earlier matched according to our prompt. So we will just edit that workflow right now to show you guys how to implement the workflow right now. Okay. So just click on the workflow that you have matched actually.
Just a minute.
Okay, everybody is navigated to your workflows? Okay.
So yes. So the first thing that we want to do is identify the company name from the user's query, right? So for that, we will be using our prompt node. So just locate your prompt node. And we have various models that are to be selected here. I mean, we have to fill in this configuration page entirely so that it will open up our particular query. It will give the answer to a particular query. So what we will do is we will select 4.0 here, GPT 4.0, and we'll now need to add the system prompt that is required. So what actually this will do is this will take the user query as the input. That is, I want to analyze Tesla stock as a company. So what we want is that Tesla word to be extracted from this so that we can send this Tesla word to our Alpha Vantage API key, which will give us the information or the data for that. So you can try writing out a query. I've tested one of the queries, and this I'll maybe paste in the query here so that you can start using that as well. Oh, sorry. So yes.
Read the prompt.
Yeah. Yes, yes. So what I've written here is, your task is to extract the company name from the user's query and return in a JSON format. Ensure that the response follow the structure below, which is the company name, the extracted company's name, and it's restricting that particular system prompt by saying that to focus solely on identifying the company names itself. And if no company is found, then we will just return company not found to true.
Why we are returning JSON response? So that it will be easier for us to handle the JSON response, as we can, if agent prompt node gives us company not found, so we can show it to the user according to the rules or transitions we shown earlier. That company is not found, you can try again with other company or something like that. Otherwise we will just give text input, and that will be of no use.
Right.
As we have to use that particular token of the company name, so that if Tesla is into this query, like give me stock analysis of for Tesla, so we need to extract that exact word Tesla, so that we will search the ticker symbol on Alpha Vantage API. Okay, so we are going with that prompt.
Yes. Yeah. So you can just connect our previous display node to this particular prompt node, and in our agent, in our prompt node, you can just go and we have first selected the model, which is 4.0, then the system prompt, and finally we have to add the query. So now what this query would be, it is the normal user query that is present. So in our system, the user queries are always present in agent.query. You have the IntelliSense that will just tell you that what
so
the
basically this agent.query, okay, earlier we have told you about the agent variables, so those were like created by you, but now this query variable is system agent variable. So what
yeah,
control plus. Okay, now it's okay. Okay, so now like whatever user is entered, like earlier you have given the prompt that give me analysis of Tesla, so that exact query will be stored inside this query variable, which is again the system agent variable. You should not modify this variable, or we will not be able to modify as well, because we have reasoning engine, okay, internally. So reasoning engine actually modifies the user's query. If you just give like let's say after that query you have again like basically it should have context of the like above query. Okay, now you are asking about Tesla query analysis. After that, after you got some data, you will just say like I am actually chatting with a person. I will not again say like give me again details about Tesla. I will not have to mention Tesla again and again. So our internal reasoning engine will modify your queries and give that context internally to queries itself. So that's why we are maintaining this system variable. Okay, so just give the query as agent.query.
ठीक है, ठीक है, चल. Okay, they want to recap of this. So basically, after your key was generated, I guess everybody has created the Alpha Vantage key, right? That key was created. So you have to just go and add that particular key into your secrets. So basically, whatever the configurations that are needed for the particular agent will be present on this dashboard, which is the agent dashboard, wherein you have this particular name, the sub-agents, workflows, and the particular secrets and variables which are configured for that particular agent itself. So it will be after you add this particular secret, you will now navigate to your sub-agents, wherein the first intent that we tested, right? The first intent that we tested, you will navigate to that particular intent itself. So for me, it was the second intent, which was this, the stock performance evaluation. And in this particular thing, as we had mentioned before, the quick create agent helped you just to create a normal skeleton of your workflows. But now we want to write the actual code in it. So how will we write it? By adding the particular nodes or by drag and drop method that we displayed in our first session for this particular workflow. So we'll just open this particular workflow. Yeah, I guess I have that workflow open here. And we will start building this particular workflow. Now our main aim is that we have to identify the company's name from the user's query, for which we will be using the prompt node. And for the prompt node, what did we do? We just wrote the model, the system prompts, and we added the user query. So is everyone aligned till this point, or still anybody has some concerns? Especially the people at the back. Are you ready?
Guys, please raise your hands if you are ready.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Just let us know if you are ready. Okay. The people here in this left row, are you ready? The people at the back. This side.
okay, we have to move anything. Anyway, we have to move forward.
Yes. Yeah. So right now what we'll do is, once we have identified the particular company name from our particular prompt, we will just go and hit our particular API. So from the Vantage, which will give us the particular company information. So what we'll do is, we'll just go and use this particular API node. And this API node, we will just go and add the endpoint. So we have this endpoint ready. You can, I'll paste this endpoint into the sheet itself. But yes, this is our endpoint, and the method is get. And also we'll need to add some of the parameters. So you can find the documentation of that particular Alpha Vantage from the documentation itself. I'll show that as well in a while. But yes, these are some of the configurations that we need to make. Yes, so the first point being the function. This is the API key that you right now configured in your secrets. So now how to use that secret variable is using the $key, $secret key. So you can just see that we have the recommendation of using secret.stock API key. This is in my case, but your case would be something like the name that you have set for your particular key. So you can use that. And finally, we want the API to include this keyword, that is Tesla keyword, in its particular parameter, right? So otherwise, we won't be able to identify which stock we are hitting. So this is the keywords parameter that is being used. And the keywords, yeah, go ahead. No, I'm not able to get. Yeah, sure. So I'll paste this, okay, just a minute. I'll just paste this in your,
that's fine. Zoom कर सकते हैं. Okay, now it's visible.
And this API particularly requires you to add some keywords so that when we are requesting, we'll just add this company's name into our prompt. So what we'll do is, we'll just add $input .content.company name.
Scroll up.
So the reason we are adding here this is this API node is now being connected to our prompt node. So whatever the output that is coming in from our prompt node would be the input for our API node, right? So whatever the data that is coming in would be in the input, and you can always have a look at our help section, which will show what is the output format for our particular node. So right now it says that it is content. So what you'll try to do is so basically the output from the prompt node will always be in the format of content itself. So you can just have a look why we have added so why we have added the keywords saying that whatever the input is coming, it will be a JSON again. From that content, use the company name itself. And where this company name came in, we have asked the prompt to give us that particular company name from the user query.
Just attach that node to prompt node.
Yeah.
Attach node to prompt
Yes.
node.
And finally, we have to attach this node as well
Okay.
to here.
Now remove this again.
This one.
Remove.
Okay.
Intelligence दाखव आता करा. Now, like earlier we have not attached that node to prompt, but if you attach API call node to the prompt node, then you will see as prompt node is input to the API call, you will get direct intelligence that you are getting input content key. Okay, in the content right now in prompt node you have mentioned that give me actually that JSON output, either company name string or company not found boolean, something like that. So
Yeah, in the prompt node as well, you have to add one more setting, which is to turn the response into a JSON format itself, because we'll be dealing with the JSON itself. So you'll need to turn this on. And now we'll be adding the transitions. For example, the prompt node might fail as well, right? So for the particular cases when it's success, when the case is success or failure, we need to add those things as well. So by clicking on this particular line, the thread line, connection line, we'll just add one rule saying that if, so basically we'll just have a look by saying that if output dot error or content, these are the two things that the output node will give. So if it is an error, if the error does not exist, which means that it is a success call, then only I'll move to my API call, which is, and I'll just rename this by clicking here. Success call. And accordingly, if my call fails, so I'll just add a display node. And from this node here, I'll add this transition for the connection to the display. So the exact opposite case would be of the error case. So if you are done till the first transition, just let me know. I'll wait for the 30 seconds and maybe proceed with the second transition.
okay, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Actually,
So you can just
company not found and company name found. Okay, that's fine.
So you can just check here.
Zoom karo.
Is it visible or should I zoom? Yeah. Yeah. So the type was any. So it will just go and check for an object in this case. You also have the multiple option to check whether it is a string, then the number. For example, if the company name, does it exist or not? Company not found, we had added that variable as well, right? So you can add that cases as well. But again, for demonstration purpose, we can use directly the output dot object itself directly. Not exist because that is a success case. But here we want, if the error exists, then we want to show the error case. So I'll just rename this. Yeah. And in this prompt node, we want to display to the user by saying that there was some error that happened in this case. But right now, the text can be always configured to add with whichever things that we want. But yes, that is the error in this case.
Okay, so everybody configured the API call node or not? Okay, so after this point we will not go each by transition, we will just go as if agent will work. in success happy flow we will just configure. Okay.
Okay.
So again, just don't go to another API call. Just analyze the one stock transition data and analyze that data directly.
Okay. So, but we'll need to add the selection points at least.
Uh,
Okay. So what we will do is, till this point we have now the alpha vantage. What it does is it will give you multiple multiple stock names. So you can just always go and just test your API here itself. So right now what you can do is just remove this keyword here for as of just for now, and just add the name Tesla here itself, and use the test API key here. So if you are able to hit this API successfully, then yes, your API is working. Your configurations that you made to your API workflow node is also perfect, and your data is now ready. So you can just go and try this test API button once.
Okay, so based on your query that Tesla, right now Alpha Vantage key returned you the different types of, because any company can have different stocks on different markets, so they have different ticker symbols as well, as you see. Okay, so we will have to ask user actually what ticker symbol you want to analyze, something like that. That's why we are hitting this API. Now we will present user to the ask user to input actually what ticker symbol you want to select.
Card selection method, right, in our agent demo, where he can select any of the particular cards. So we'll add that particular thing. So how will we do that? First we'll have to configure some of the options. So for that we have our famous node, that is a JavaScript node itself. So this JavaScript node, what it will do, the main purpose of using this JavaScript node is for you guys to understand that we can directly write the code as well. We have other alternate cardless, but this is to make sure that you understand this agent specifically, or this workflow specifically, for is you to understand the transitions, the usage of JavaScript nodes, the prompt nodes and everything. So you'll just click on this JavaScript. Right now we do not have any script that is ready with us. So what we will do is, we'll first go and add a script. So just follow along and just go and create that particular script.
Guys, just follow along faster, because we don't have time that much. Okay. Fast.
So yes, I'll write format options for input, and I'll select the agent, which is my stock analyzer agent. Yes, you can start writing your code here, and right now what our code would be for the selection of that particular cards, right? We have the multiple matches that are present with us for the Tesla stock. We want to have the particular line for that. So what I'll do is I'll paste the code here once so that you can have a look. So what we are trying to do here is, we are fetching the stocks from our input data. Input data is nothing but the data that is incoming to your object, that is incoming to the particular JavaScript node. From that particular best matches, we are creating this options label for our particular thing. And finally, we have this type as a card select and the subtitle field that is present. So I'll just paste this piece of code here so that you can utilize this. Again, this is just to save our time right now, but otherwise you will be the ones who would be writing this particular
and please make sure you use JavaScript nodes very less in your workflows, because after all you have to create no code agent only. So right now why we have to do this thing, because right now we will be providing this output as an input to the input node, so that input will show you the proper cards, like proper that UI cards, UI and all those things. Right now we don't have that inbuilt into the input node, that's why we have to do this way. Okay, so this is a hack around that. Okay, once we release that feature, that you don't have to do that then. Okay.
You can just click on the save right
Here
now.
we are just transforming the API output, whatever API output we got, that best matches on all those things, we are just transforming into simple JavaScript, and we are creating just list of the options. Nothing much fancy over here.
Yes. So everybody was able to create the JavaScript node, right? And the script, right?
Okay.
Is
back.
anyone facing any issues in that?
Go back to.
Okay.
Now once you created the script, network error.
So if there are multiple tabs that are completely open all the time,
Tabs close. Close other tabs. Production. Internet working.
always. Are these also guys facing the issue? Are you guys also facing the issue?
Why?
Same issue itself.
Why? एक काम कर कॉल कर जितेंद्रला और डाउन झाले का हां अरे Okay, sir, we will have to just wait for few minutes. Okay, now refresh the pages. Now it's up. Can you check now?
So basically, we have the actually we are always fixing all our main issues, right? So the US time starts at 4 o'clock. So we have a daily release schedule at around 3 o'clock or something around that time. So that was that was the reason it went down. But yes, it's now up. So you can just go and yes, you can just navigate to your particular workflow. So mine was stock performance evaluation. Yes. So in this JavaScript node, just select. Okay. I guess that snippet also was not saved specifically,
Create
but
new.
yes.
Okay, if your script is also not saved, please create new one again.
Options.
Okay, just save. Faster करा था.
So you can just fall back around here. Yeah. Format input options. You can just select that particular script here by clicking on that arrow.
Okay, up till this point, everybody is on board with JavaScript node. Everybody configured the snippet. Okay, now just join the API call node to JavaScript node.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, आता काय कर माहिती का तू मोकळा ठेवू नको जॉईन करते तुझी इंटेलिजन्स येतो आता जावास्क्रिप्ट नोडला जवळ घे जावास्क्रिप्ट नंतर डायरेक्ट इनपुट घे ओके हां इनपुट घेतला की लगेच प्रॉम्प्टला मूव्ह करायचं प्रॉम्प्ट इथे पेस्ट करायचं म्हणायचं जेसॉन दाखवते मोठं ही प्रॉम्प्ट आहे चार्ट बनवण्यासाठी ही प्रॉम्प्ट लागते तुम्ही तुमची ट्राय करू शकता असं
Is anybody facing any issue in this?
What is the issue?
Yeah.
Not able to.
Can you speak a bit louder? I was not able to hear you.
API function is not working. Error आ रहा है.
कहाँ पे?
API, go to API.
What is the error but?
Status 200 error.
Huh?
Status 200 error.
Is status 200 an error?
This API function does not exist.
So have you configured this properly? The function. What
Check
did you
if you have correctly spelled that symbolic
search here?
function. Check these 3 parameters.
So I'll maybe paste this as well, maybe there. Yeah, this is fine, right? I mean the keywords you have entered, right? Correctly.
Is your issue resolved? Yeah, okay. You can move forward.
Okay. So from this JavaScript, what we will do is, we'll just go and connect an input node for this. So this input node will ensure that you will always take an input from the user. So we have various types here, that is the string, number, or the rich editor text. As of for now, we'll use the input string itself.
As I said earlier, we will again provide one of the options card selector over here inbuilt, so that you will not have to write that JavaScript node again in upcoming release. Right now we don't have that, so that's why we have written JavaScript node to format those options. Okay.
Yes. And right now there comes a use case wherein we want now to store whatever the user has added, right? So for example, he'll select one of the particular options. So what we want to do is we want to select that particular option and maintain that into one of our variables, the agent variable. So what we will do is we'll just go here, create a new variable by the name selected stock. And I'll click assign here, select the particular variable, and here you'll now get the IntelliSense of the particular input node. So the format for input node is a bit different, so you can always work through the help guide or always follow the IntelliSense. The output format for the input node is always in the formatted output.user_input. So you'll have to bear with this a little bit, but yes.
Okay, so what we are doing right now is after the execution of this input node, okay, let's say user at this point, user is presented with the cards, like choose the stock. Okay, now user has clicked the stock. That will be done by input node. Now where it will go, so input node has a out. Now after this execution, at this point we will get input node's output inside this key output.user_input. So now for subsequent API calls or anything related to stock symbol, we have to store that stock symbol. So we are creating an agent variable which is a kind of a global variable as earlier mentioned, and we are just storing that value inside this selected stock. So we are assigning this value to this variable. That's we are doing in this agent variable section. Okay.
Yes. So once this is done,
move to another API.
Yes. Yeah. First after this we'll add a loader. A loader is a normal thing that will just say to the user that now we are fetching your company data, we are fetching your some information to the user, so that he does not feel stranded. So you can just go here, configure saying that great.
Okay, ideally
now
you should have lot of loader nodes wherever you are doing anything third party calls like API call, because user has to wait and see at the screen. It will be like very bad user experience if we are not showing anything like of loaders. Like let's say I can show loading message like I am fetching this particular data from this thing. So user will know what's happening behind the scenes. Otherwise user will be just seeing blank screen.
Blank screen. Yes.
Yeah, that will be bad experience.
So right now
there is no task for nothing major about loader node. It's just showing loading message until and unless node execution.
Yes, till the time the output is ready for the next node. So what you can do is the next thing is we'll be having now 2 API calls. One is for getting the company overview data and one is for getting the balance sheet data. So I'll move a bit quick here. So we'll just create the API call, API node that is present. It is in the same fashion that we had created previously.
Do only one call. Okay.
So we'll just go here, and add the same endpoint that we had previously. I've configured that in the sheet that I've shared with you. The method is get, and in the functions, right now the keyword here, as previously we had the symbol search, right? So now it would be overview. And we'll now need the API key because it's the same secrets that we have configured previously. So secret.stock API key. And finally, we'll need the particular symbol that is selected. So every API that Alpha Vantage provides, we need a particular ticker or a symbol. So for example, Tesla, that is TSLA. So the user might not be knowing it. So that's the reason we first hit our company's API, wherein we gave him the option to select one particular stock. And from that particular stock, we have in the output, we have that particular ticker symbol. So that ticker symbol, now I am configuring it from the selected stock itself, which is present from my agent variable. So it is like agent.selected stock. So you can just join. Yes, you can just join this. And now one more important or a great feature is you can always copy paste these nodes, because now the second time I want to hit another API with a different function, right? Function name. So right now I have overview. I now want the balance sheet. So we'll just click. I'll first duplicate the loader node. Yes. So you have your Control C and Control V directly. So the loader node is created, and I'll just copy paste this particular API node as well, which will just go and create that particular API in the same fashion. But again, the thing is, now we'll just go and update this particular function to include the balance sheet data.
As we are moving little bit faster over here due to time constraint. So please, because you have configured one API node, you will just copy paste those nodes and change some minor params so that you can get to know other APIs as well.
This will go into the function itself, okay? Yes. And you can just click publish here once so that your entire data gets saved. Yeah. Yeah, those are a normal sequential connections itself. The output from one will be the input to the second. So I'll just close this once maybe. And I'll zoom out a little bit for the time being. Yeah. It's a prompt node here, API call for fetching the data first, company data, then the JavaScript and the input node, finally the loader node for getting the company overview data, and the final node is our balance sheet API node. Yes. Yeah, I'll zoom in, but he wanted to see the sequential
Now
flow,
this
right?
is our whole structure. Please, everybody get up to this. And now, if you are by seeing this workflow, you will be confusing that how can I tell what is API call node, what is API call to node. Okay, so click again. So just rename those nodes. You can rename those nodes as well, like particularly, so that anybody can read your workflows, whatever you are doing. Just rename one.
Yes.
API call. You can just click that API call and just type another name, and you will see. Just
Company finder. So this is the company finder.
close this. Close this.
Yes. So this is, what was this? I also forgot. Overview. Yes, overview. And finally this is balance sheet. Is everybody ready up to this point?
नाही debug करू ना.
And finally, our main aim was to, we have all the data right now. So right now, after this point, we want that the LLM generate a specific report based on our existing data that we have. So what we will do is, we'll again go back to our prompt node, where we'll fill in this data to the particular LLMs and ask them to generate a particular summary and a chart for it.
Okay. First of all, agent variable टाकले का?
Right.
मैं टाकले. इससे नको सर.
Yes. So before that, we'll need to add the agent variables to fetch this particular data, right? Because this data won't be available for our next node directly. You'll have to set a particular agent variable in both the cases. So what we will do is, we'll create a variable here, overview data. I'll click on assign. So it will give me the overview data here directly itself. And as this is connected to the API node, we'll use output.data here directly. So done. That's, we have set the data that is coming from this API request into our overview variable. Similarly, for the balance sheet as well, we'll add this particular, we'll first create a particular variable.
We are adding these variables so that we can use those variables, use that data. We will feed that to prompt node again, and now prompt node will generate as a chart or beautiful summary, rich text summary, all those things.
Yes, you can just now go and use this prompt node, and first I'll connect this prompt node.
In real life, you will not build the workflow like we are doing. We are just doing creating nodes and attaching workflows. We also don't know if it will run successfully or not. So you have to ensure that workflow is running. Otherwise, in our some breakthrough agents, we have kind of like 80 nodes workflow. So that will be a problem then. Okay.
Yes. So what I'll do is here, first I'll select a GPT-4o. Oh, sorry. GPT-4o.
Below. Okay.
And we'll enter the system prompt here. So I've copy pasted that particular system prompt. I'll read through that maybe first, and then we can just directly go in. So what I've told here is, you're a helpful assistant for a financial advisor. So this tells the prompt that it is its role. Your task is to generate an insightful, clear, accurate report related to the company financial health using the data provided to you in 300 to 500 words. Use your expertise in financial industry to enhance the analysis, referencing benchmarks or financial or standard financial data when relevant. Data provided to you. Now we are explaining what all data that we are feeding in. So first one is the company overview, then the balance sheets. So this we had planned it, but maybe we'll just remove this as of now. We have just two things right now, the company overview and the balance sheet data. Yes.
Okay, so basically we are telling prompt node that we are providing you this data, just generate as a beautiful summary in 300 to 500 words, and we have given them like some constraints over output format. So that output format should be a JSON with, have you used chart.js or something like that? Chart.js to build charts into any Monstack applications or something like that. So we are using chart.js, so we will need chart.js config for building the charts. So that chart.js config will be generated by LLM. Okay, at this point, according to the data given. So we are just, you can read through this prompt, we are just doing that. It's simple only.
Yes.
Just copy paste that this prompt into prompt node.
Yes, so we just gave the data, then we have defined, as you said, we have defined the charts configuration that it has.
Copy paste first.
And finally the presentation order and the strict requirements for being into the particular JSON format itself. So you can just enter the system prompt here itself. And in the query, we'll just add like generate a summary in required format, and we'll choose the JSON object again, so that because we want.
Don't forget to switch on this, enable that JSON toggle. Okay.
And finally, the data that is coming from our prompt node, we finally want it to display into our display node, wherein we'll just use the prompting symbol that we want to use the report summary, which is present here.
So we have different display types over there. We will choose report summary type from that, and we will just give whatever data is coming from the prompt node. We will just display that.
So you can always read through the help chat that is present here. So the report summary is a specialized kind of a display node in itself. So what we'll do is we'll just add the input.
Add any label.
Yeah, add any label, but we have asked LLM to generate one, so it is generating one. And finally, the input dot content dot report data, which we have asked for the LLM to generate for us.
So that's why we use variable, so that you don't have to like write that JSON. So you will just give input dot data only.
Yes, directly into the JSON format itself.
Okay, now it's time to test.
Yeah. So now you'll first need to publish your version so that any time your work remains saved. So just to recap a few things, yeah, maybe we can add a loader here as well.
No,
Just a minute.
that's fine. That's fine.
Someone
That's fine. Just until this point, like everyone is done with that prompt node, or everyone is stuck at that point.
Are you stuck somewhere?
Prompt node. So
Yeah.
hey, close. This close now.
This is the system prompt. I've pasted in the doc. And finally generate the query and the JSON format, JSON object. Fine. No, we are not able to hear.
Query. This one.
Query. So that query you can always try and experiment. And this is the display wherein we have just using the input content dot label and report dot and input dot content dot report data.
From where are we taking this label and report data? Just show the prompt again.
Yes.
Output format. Where is
Yes,
output
yes,
format?
For HTML, yes. For
What
charts.
is?
Kala do.
Put it output format.
Presentation format. View format.
Yeah, report data. So as you see here, like we have mentioned, it is mandatory, non-negotiable and hard requirement that JSON output must contains keys as label and report data. So that's where we are taking it from prompt node, that input dot content dot label and input dot content dot report data. Okay, so everything is working successfully, we will get to see the summary. Otherwise, we will have to debug the workflow.
So we have added this line. Yes.
Okay.
वो ये बचा है.
Any other issues? Anybody?
I've added your Tesla itself, right? Or it was Tesla itself.
Input dot
Yeah, don't forget to replace this input dot content dot company name. We had tried that API, right? So you had added your stock name, which you wanted to find, but finally you need to replace this with the input dot content name.
Okay, so
Company name, sorry.
yeah, let's test now. Publish.
Yes. Yes. So what we'll do is we'll just go back to our agent now and try running the particular.
Zoom out. Now we will just try the agent if it works. Like let's see. Earlier we used to have just intent is matched output. Now we will see if we get this. What? overview API call.
Yes. Overview, right? Or the company one?
Overview. Zoom. This one? Okay.
Okay, so what we are trying to do here is, so right now what happens is, we want to send, from this particular data that is present, that is the API data that we are getting, we want this to be present in a prompt node. So currently what we have is, every input and output will be transferred within the neighboring nodes itself. That is, the output of one node will be available only till the input of the second node, because it is a sequential train-like structure. But if you want to use the output from this particular node into some nodes which are apart from it, or any other workflow in the entire agent, not even the sub-agent, but the entire agent, then you can always set this particular agent variable.
Basically, we are storing that output of that API call into this variable. Now this variable will be accessible to other nodes as well.
So it's just
That's
like
the case.
constant writing your JavaScript variable itself.
Now here, if you click this, you will get whatever agent variables are available right now, and we are just assigning this value to this variable. If you don't find variable you wanted in this, you can just create a variable from here as well, directly. That is the case. Okay. Any other issues? Yeah, we can move forward to testing.
So maybe I'm also running it for the first time itself. So
yeah, let's check.
So we'll just try running the agent. Evaluate
use earlier
stock. Huh?
Earlier prompt.
Okay. For
go to old execution and try same prompt.
Okay.
Same prompt.
So there might be cases where we want to test, right? How our intents are performing, or what is how our execution went through, because we have written a lot of 3-4 API calls and everything. So we have this debug mode here. You can just toggle the switch, and you can just have a look at the various execution logs that are happening behind the scenes as well. So
maybe we'll not explain this right now. You will have to do it on your own. But right now, as you've seen, now prompt has identified the Apple is company name. Okay, so maybe we can see that execution. Okay.
So no, what we'll do is we'll move to the bottom and we'll directly show this thing. So our API call, wherein it had the various stock names, are now visible. So I'll just click on the second, Apple Inc. You're saying something? Okay. Now it's fetching the stock overview data. So yes, maybe we had the same loader at both the places, right? I copy pasted the loader. So that's the reason it had the same loader names. But if you improve the loaders, then it would be in the perfect scenario. So you can, sorry. So you can
actually this will not be case at your thing like in one go agent is working. That's not the case in real life. Okay. We already done.
Yeah, because we have created and tested this agent multiple times, so it went off smoothly. But there will be cases wherein your agent variables are not accessible, not available. The API call might fail. Some things might happen. So always go to this debug mode is the first thing. If you are not able to identify still, then you always have the just a minute. This securities and monitoring page, securities and monitoring tab, wherein against your particular name and the workflow, we determine which workflow is running right now. So this was my main workflow, stock performance evaluation. Sorry, this one, primary workflow analysis, and this is the intent which was matched.
Show the latest one.
Yes. So I'll just click on this.
Now this is the exact actual execution details for that workflow. Okay, so now you can see output of each node here.
So this was the normal display node itself, right? So it just said that the intent was matched. Later on, the prompt node, it gave us what, like we had asked, right, the prompt node to tell us using the user input query, what is the company name to be found out. So it gave us the output as company name. What did we do? Then we used the company finder API call, and using this task info, what, like we had this function of symbol search, the API key and the keywords. The keyword was nothing but Apple itself. So we hit that API, got 7 to 8 matches for it. And we then used the user input, that is the user input. Like we created the options using the JavaScript first. And
These
then,
options.
yeah, these options. And then finally, the user was
Now,
given.
after that, user has selected this input. Okay. Zoom
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yes. So user selected and the value for Apple, that is the specifically one particular stock. After which we displayed our loader message saying that great, now fetching the stock overview, which got the particular ticker symbol, that is the particular ticker symbol of AAPL. And then we had this particular data that we
Just click on that expand or zoom button.
yes.
You can view this output by expanding as well. So this was the API output for the overview, company overview for the AAPL ticker symbol. Okay. Go again.
Yes. And then we had it for, then we were, as I said, right? So I had copy pasted the particular loader, but if you could change the loader, then the loader messages would have changed. And finally,
Loader messages are just for enhancing user experience. It has nothing to do with any execution or something like that.
yes. So finally, we have this particular balance sheet and the annual reports that are present, the data. And we had asked our prompt node. So basically, we fed in this complete information. Just a minute. I'll just
Show the output
Yes.
directly. Okay, input is very big.
yeah, input is very well.
Okay.
So you can in the
So now you can see this is the output of prompt node. So what prompt node did is like this
We
is
asked
the
for
label
the
of the report and report data. In report data you can see like just show the report side by side.
yes.
That agent output.
Sorry.
Okay, now here you can see just go up. Okay, so this is the label that prompt created. After this is the summary. This is the summary part which is shown in the output. Go to the output again. Now you can see that this is the summary type summary, so that we are rendering that rich text over here internally. So you can see that again below that there is a type of chart, and this config is totally created by LLM.
Yeah, it was directly created.
So
by
basically you are creating charts dynamically using your data, and LLM is helping you in that. So that's the case. Yeah.
So yes, was everybody able to create this?
At
or
least
are-
somebody is able to do this. What? How to run the agent?
How to run the agent? Okay. So what you can do is you can always click on this try agent button and use the same query that you had tested previously, or you can. Were you able to find it out? I am not able to hear you properly.
Just check your last execution in the you have tried earlier execution, right, with empty. Okay, just check last execution in recent chats list over there.
The same recent chat.
Okay, just click on that chat, check your copy paste your this query and try again that query. Same
Or
query.
what you can do is you can try any of your particular queries as well. So you can just go and say that what is my stock performance for Tesla itself.
But that will work if your intent description is correct.
Intent
Okay.
description is correct. Yes.
Okay, so at least someone was able to generate that report. No one. What
you
was
not-
the issue? What is the issue at your side?
Did you not try, or are you stuck somewhere? Yeah. I'm not able to hear you.
Okay. Okay.
After that, the prompt, it was a prompt node. Right? So I'll show the
Okay, show workflow again.
workflow again. Okay.
Okay, so up till this point you are done. Okay, okay, it's fine.
Yes. So all your successes, all your outputs was a success till this API call as well. I mean, this API call balance sheet. Have you connected it properly? What was the output for the node? Output for the prompt node.
Okay, have you configured the prompt node after that? Okay, so here I have not configured. Just go to the workflow again. And please be sure that you are feeding the API calls output data. The data should be very less, okay? Because that will increase your token size while passing to the prompt node. Now, if we like some APIs will fetch hundreds and hundreds of records, and if you try to pass that much data to prompt node, it will cost, and like your credits will basically over.
Expire soon, yes.
And in sometimes like that node can break as well.
So it is just like a MongoDB thing, right? You cannot store more than 16 MBs of a data in a particular document, right? So same way, if you are passing a whole lot of things together in a particular node itself, it will consume up your credits, and your further implementation would be hampered then.
Okay, so at least somebody generated the report? No one.
The people here, they were trying something, right? Were they able to do it?
Okay, we have hard stop in 10 minutes, so
yeah.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us what is the issue right now that they are facing?
Okay, who is able to like configure entire workflow?
And just their execution failed. Is there someone like that? We could help you, I mean, directly here itself.
Okay, workflow configuring here.
Yeah. You have configured everything. Can you speak louder?
So after the Apple Inc., I chose the API key, but it is giving me an error. Unfortunately, it was unable to retrieve the specific information
From?
for Apple stocks last year due to an error in the analysis process.
Error in the?
Analysis process.
Analysis process.
Okay, in prompt node.
In the prompt, which node? That's the thing I'm asking.
Not the node, in the chatbot itself, it's giving the error.
No, look, did you move to the securities and monitoring page? In that we have the entire execution cycle, whatever happened, right?
Also, please check if you are configuring the workflow correctly to that intent. Actually, if you are trying another intent, then that will not match. बघ जा चेक कर. Okay, anybody else is successful or not? No success. Okay, so at least everybody configured the workflow correctly or not? I will just go through again and again notes. एग्जीक्यूशन एग्जीक्यूशन का है क्रेडिट्स हां क्रेडिट्स असतील क्रेडिट्स किती राहिले बघ क्रेडिट्स चेक कर ओके हाँ तो तुमने क्या किया है ये वर्कफ्लो प्रॉपरली इस इंटेंट का जो वर्क था ना वो कॉन्फ़िगर नहीं किया दूसरा किया हाँ सो भी क्या करना पड़ेगा नहीं सो प्रॉपरली रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं किया उसने 2000 थे ना 2000 थे ना नहीं you have registered using VASIT 2025 referral code okay credits issue है
क्रेडिट्स इशू
okay just no that's I guess earlier tab हाँ वही credits issue आ गया okay okay just close that exit that agent just show me the credit yes no, that's the issue okay credits issue है okay okay so I think everybody has the credits issue I guess so credits limits your credit limit has reached that's why you are getting issues so we will fix something related to that okay I will just call again and then you can try right now we have to stop I guess but we will just tell to like give some credits to you guys then you can try same agent just yeah just remember the process again I think most of you guys workflow you configured the workflow successfully so I will check with just check आणि वो डिस्कॉर्ड लिंक वगैरह का सब एंड कर दे मैं पूछता हूँ हाँ ठीक है बात एंड कर
Yeah, apart from that, if you have any doubts, we have maybe next 5 minutes for answering those. But yes, mostly it's a credits thing and we'll try to get that maybe. But during your hackathon, we'll assure that you have specific number of credits for each of your team members. So 3 to 4 members team is there, right? So each one will be having, 4 members. So each will be having sufficient number of credits and if required, we can also replenish that credits as well. So any recommendations or any feedback for our platform, like how do you guys felt it? It's too difficult to handle because it's not the 1 hour is not the time for our platform again. That is also one point, but still, yes. Can you bring your laptop here itself?
Actually, we were asking regarding this integration with React. Like the
Okay, yeah.
chatbot will take token credits, right? So will that be at least free, like the React integration?
React integration. No, I did not get it.
Like currently the chatbot execution takes credit tokens, right?
No, the chatbot execution, you're missing on a point. So the workflow execution takes your credits.
Okay,
So anything that you run right now is always via the agent itself, right? So you will be running, you will be calling the agent's backend call itself.
okay.
So when you're running an agent, it runs via the workflow itself. So if it's running via the workflow, then of course it is going to consume your credits.
So while integrating with React, so how will that work? Like,
Yeah, so I can quickly show you that, but again I'm not showing this to everybody. Just for you, you can have a quick look over it. There is an option in our agent view itself, wherein zoom out. Yeah, wherein we have the widget section. Okay, the widget section.
First
Here-
enable the normal widgets. Just click on it. Let's go to connected app widget. So these are our by default widgets, sub widgets we have. Let's say now.
No, here is particular use case of backend itself.
Okay.
Okay. So right now, this is the place for customizing your particular widget onto a chatbot itself. Okay. So this is the place wherein your custom component will come into the picture. So what you can do is you can just go and create a custom widget here. You can add your HTML and CSS here in this case. You
Go to
need to
help. Go to need help section.
yeah. So you can always follow this need help section, and the entire thing how to configure the custom widget is present. But this is a case wherein in our existing chatbot you can embed your existing, you can create your new React agent. So this is the case. This is the thing that you are looking for.
no, I want to work around. Like, I don't want to use the chatbot only. Like,
Okay.
directly I want to show the output in a dashboard format. So,
Yeah, that's how you can configure. You can configure that as well. Agentic app layout. Go to agentic app.
He's meaning.
Go to agentic app. No, that's it. Go to agentic app. Now, right now in this agentic tab, you will see this custom layout. Okay. Right now, whenever you are launching that agent, you are seeing that chatbot page. Okay. If you right now in this layout page, you will see different layouts. No, that will work as well. So in this thing, you can have this pre-default widgets, or you can build those widgets using the custom widgets that I shown you are right now, that documentation. So you can just drag and drop this and just create a proper display. We have that documentation ready on that thing only. So whenever you try, just go to try agent again. You just configure this and you will just save this. Okay, just go to try agent again. Go to agent. Now in this try agent, you will have second option, agentic app. Okay, if you have workflow that layout enabled, then agentic app option will be enabled, and if you run this, you will see that dashboard. And how to connect each and every widget, that documentation is over there in chat. Okay, and also guys, credit issues was due to the you have done signups after the credits being credited. So people who have done signups afterwards, they are not getting credits. So in 4 to 5 minutes time, you will get credits. So you can try that workflow as well afterwards.
There was no one who signed up before.
Yeah, that was the issue. That was the issue.
I guess there was no one who signed up beforehand, and that's the reason the credits were not available.
Okay. Any more questions you have, guys? That will depend on prompt, how you use prompts. नहीं फिनिश अप करो डिस्कॉर्ड का लिंक हाँ दे उसी डॉक में डाल दे साइन अप से उसमें एक्चुअली कर दे जिस टाइम पे क्रेडिट्स ये ना हाँ उस स्लाइड में जा लास्ट के उधर किधर भी डाल दे एक डॉक में सिर्फ डाल दे Yeah, so that's the issue. Intent is matched. Okay, I guess you have not. Okay, so where is the workflow? Let me just see. Hi there, intent evaluation stock performance. Okay, evaluate stock performance. Now, if you go to this overview, intent evaluate stock performance. Okay, workflow for that. Why internet is very slow over here? क्रेडिट्स का इशू क्या हुआ है, लोगों ने बाद में साइन अप्स किए, जब क्रेडिट्स क्रिएट किए तब नहीं किए थे, उसके बाद उसके पहले ही क्रेडिट्स आ गए जिन्होंने साइन अप पहले किया। अभी कर देंगे थोड़ी देर में। एडेड क्रेडिट्स, ओके guys, you can check now, credits are added, I guess. Please check. Network. So maybe display node is not attached. You just remove the display node and just attach other. At least सब लोग कर तो रहे थे कुछ ना कुछ। बहुत टाइम हो गया वैसे, 4 बजे तक लेके चल रहा था। बस कैब वाले तो बताया था 4 बजे। नहीं ज़्यादा किया लोगों ने। इसका कुछ तो आधा कुछ इसका टाइप भी नहीं हो रहा है भाई, तेरा टाइप भी नहीं हो रहा है। हाँ तूने पब्लिश नहीं किया होगा डैम से, अगर किया था तो यहाँ पे अभी रिफ्रेश के बाद आता था। यहाँ पे ड्राफ्ट होगा ना, ड्राफ्ट पब्लिश है, पब्लिश है। ओके, वर्कफ्लो वर्ड स्टॉक ट्रेड एनालिसिस है क्या? अभी अभी मैं एक रीडिंग है, उसके बाद चेक किया, ये नोट्स नहीं है कॉन्फ़िगर्ड। हां तेज सर सैंपल हो रही है। चलो चलो हमको भी जाना है, अब कर दो प्लीज। क्या इशू है? This display is showing you this warning. This types something. Okay. So after this, okay, this display is also not. Okay, so it's back. Yeah, now you can publish. Akash, fast finish. Same. Okay, just show me workflow right now. Again, go to agent page. Okay, you have published this. Have you published this? Yes. Now check. Okay, wait. Workflow. Wait, go to workflow page. Let me check. This workflow should be that. Okay. Okay, how many branches you have given?
Prompt error successful.
Now try. Check. Execution log check. हाँ. पूरा पता नहीं रहता क्या है एक्चुअली. हो गया. इसमें एग्जीक्यूशन लॉग पूरा चेक करो क्या क्या है कैसे कैसे. एग्जीक्यूटिंग है ना तुम्हारा. नया एग्जीक्यूट करो ना. नया वाला है ना. जाओ उस पर क्लिक करो. ओके. Okay, until this. Okay, you have done this company underscore name. Output. So that prompt problem करते हैं म्हणजे.
Hello.
So you have used your own prompt only, right? No, this prompt is not given by us. Your prompt is wrong. That's why it's giving you in that format. Company underscore name. You have to give proper prompt and ensure that you have enabled JSON into that prompt. Okay. Just paste from that document the prompt company's suggestion so that you will get proper JSON output. Okay. Okay. Okay, we will be sharing Discord link.
Okay. चलेगा. हम लोग भेजेंगे.
Post user queries on that. Okay. We will have to finish up. Akash. No, generate a report summary will not work because you have not done anything related to that. Okay. Now this intent is matched. Show me that workflow. Same to financial statement.
Hello. Hello.
No, this is your workflow for evaluate stuff. So you are
JD.
trying different. Just right now, until and unless you understand the.
So just one more thing, we'll send the Discord links. You can just hop onto that this thing servers, Discord servers, and you can ask the queries if there are any. And just one more thing, before we end, you can always go to our this thing agents page, because I saw that most of you are not able to configure it properly, add the transitions properly. So for that, you can always go and click the create agent here. The first route is the quick agent creation that we had a look right now. The second one is building from scratch. It's not meant for you as of now. And the third one is the pre-built templates that we have. So these are few of the pre-built templates that we have. So you can directly just click on any one of the agents. The template will be directly downloaded and you can just study the workflows if you want. So we have that capabilities to understand the transition nodes, to understand the different types of nodes that we have. So yes.
We'll share Discord link with them. Yes. Okay guys, we have hard stop right now, so please post your queries onto Discord link that is sharing.
The Discord link.
Okay, Kanayala.
So we'll send it to you. You can send it this thing.
Okay,
fine. Yes.
Yeah, we will stop this. Yeah.
As we wrap up today's session of skill enhancement and workshop, we have a small token of appreciation for our esteemed speakers from UPTIQ AI. I would request Prashant sir to felicitate Mr. Krupesh. I request Nusrat ma'am to felicitate Mr. Akash Kulkarni. And I request Indu ma'am to felicitate Mr. Mandar. I would request Indu ma'am to felicitate Mr. Vikas. A big thank you to our department heads and coordinators to organize this session and making it a huge success. And of course, to all the participants for joining. I declare this session end, and thank you again for joining. Thank you.